Hi, everybody.
What? What are you saying? That's not what you say. Apparently, it is what you say. All right, carry on then. Are you frozen?
So, April Fools going live!
That's what I was expecting.
Smoking stogies and drinking Bunnahabhain.
Yes. I hope everybody has Bunnahabhain tonight. That was the plan anyway.
Yep. Hopefully we can pull a couple peeps on our show and talk about what we like about Bunnahabhain, what you like about the one you're drinking. People get to drink with us tonight. It's a holiday for a lot of people tomorrow. So that's very exciting. Very exciting.
What is this magic giantness you have here?
This is a Corona.
Oh, you had a Corona last time too.
Yep, and I liked it. So I figured I'd give another one a shot.
Well, all right then.
Yep.
Chelsea Colson. That's a new name I haven't seen before.
Chelsea Colson.
Oh, I was opening my box. I brought a Chame Garcia.
Ooh, nice.
And then I figured for dessert, I also brought a Sweet Jane.
Oh, wow.
And then, I got the classics here. But I think I'm going to start off with the Hemi, Yummy, Jamie.
Jaime?
Yeah, exactly. Probably more likely Jaime.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh my. So, yeah, now there's a few people trickling in, and then we'll let you know how you can join us tonight.
Yep.
Be our guest. Put our Bunnahabhain to the test.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
You should write that down.
That's out of Beauty and the Beast.
Fuck.
I'd like to claim it as my own, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's more about a Stockholm Syndrome case played out.
Yeah, pretty much. It's actually quite disturbing.
Oh, super, actually. Yeah. The number one toxic masculinity would be, what's his name there? Gaston.
Yep.
Yeah. I read an article on that. I'm woke now.
Yeah.
Chelsea Carnage. Turns out YouTube.
Yeah. When I sent her a package, I was like, "How do I spell your last name?" And I was like, I'm going to put Carnage on there if you don't tell me how to spell it. She's like, "Fuck, put Carnage." I was like, "Yeah, Chelsea Carnage."
The names never matter in mail-in. I've noticed.
Yeah.
Not really.
At all. Nope.
I put this package together. I sent to my buddy in the military, and it's this long-winded. Oh, you got to put in so much information, and it just says like lieutenant, and then his name, and then buddy takes it to the post office and just puts in the postal code. Goes, "Is there no name?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's right there." He goes, "Oh, okay." That was it. It was so easy. I'm like, "What about all this other information?" He's like, "See the postal code." I'm like, "Okay." Adam J got the last bottle of Buna 12 in Fort Sask for this.
Nice.
Awesome.
So we got Clay, Paul, Chelsea Carnage, Steven, Adam J, and Ben. Hello, everyone.
There, good sir.
Hello, everyone. So Ty and I are hoping to keep some of these Bunnahabhain for a future episode where we compare side-by-side blind. And today will not be that day.
Today is not that lucky day.
No.
Today's just a day where we get to drink it and enjoy it because we know what it is.
Yep. We're drinking stuff that we're familiar with. We're pouring healthy drams because we don't have to work tomorrow.
No! I get the day off. It's amazing.
There it is. Whiskey poured. Healthy drams, folks. Join us. Ooh, what are you folks drinking tonight? Oh, God, that smells good. What are you drinking?
I hope it's Bunnahabhain.
Yeah, me too.
Bunnahabhain.
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 So we should call it
I
from
think
now
that's
on.
a medical term for a leg cramp.
Bunnahabhain. Judges say we'll accept that.
Yeah.
Remember, folks, I like to give mine a little toasty poo at the top. Sometimes it turns black. People tell me I'm doing it wrong.
I had momentarily considered giving this to you because it is a My Father cigar.
Ooh.
But then I said, no, I want it for myself because I'm selfish like that.
I like to pull it in there. Yep, just like that.
Ooh.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
I'm also going to need you, if you don't mind, once you get that lit, to top me up with some agua.
Let's do that now. Let's see. Bunna. A lot of people are drinking Bunna. Paul's been off all week. Peter White is drinking Red Letter.
What is red letter?
I don't know.
What's a red letter?
I'm trying to think here now. Chelsea. Mrs. Carnage. Yeah, you should open one of those samples I sent you. I am not sure what I sent you. I think there was some famous grouse in there. I think there was some Old Forester maybe. And that's all I remember. Oh, J.P. Weiser's Red Letter. Yeah.
Oh, all right then. Yeah, there's a few more people in here now. We can figure out how you find folks that are drinking anything from this distillery can join us tonight. We thought it'd be fun, get to interact, get to know each other a bit more on a more personal level, and like the closest thing we can do to drink together right now. Till we can start doing some live events, which I really look forward to.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Me too. Steve is drinking Bunnahabhain too. Ben is drinking Copenhagen. Cheers. Yeah, Edmonton Scotch Club. We got an exemption. We flew to Isla, and we are just outside the Bunnahabhain distillery on a small floating wharf.
Oh, we're gonna break chairs again.
That's okay. I got 2 more from the office today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Fuck the chairs. Could give 2 shits about the fucking chairs. A man of my girth stopped worrying about chairs many years ago.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Fuck. It's the way it is, son.
So, what I think we'll do, we'll wait till like we're about half hour of our foolishness.
Yeah, I think so. I spoke to Paul. Paul said he would be interested in potentially coming on for a little chat. Anyone who's interested, we'd like to have you on and discuss what you're drinking. And if we've had it, we can join the conversation. And if not, we'd like to hear you tell us about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
A wee golf game, just a small golf game then. I'll show myself out. Oh,
that's good. I like that so far. Nice draw on that too.
For a big stick too. Yeah. Like, it's the size of the bottle. I mean, this is a big stick to begin with, and it's not as big as yours.
Boom.
So, Sean, I've recently, because of his suggestion, got mine to be doing that. I come home, and when I walk in the door, there is a glass, a nice Glencairn glass, full of mystery whiskey on a beautiful marble coaster, and my cat sitting beside it because he sniffed it once and won't touch it now.
Yep.
Which is good. And you know what? I have not been doing all that great with the blind guessings. I mean, I got a lot in my collection, so still, it's been good.
When Ty and I first met, he had, I would say, few in his collection.
I think I had maybe 10.
Yeah. And we have explored some pretty crazy whiskey together.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Some terrible whiskeys, as you've seen in the past.
Yeah,
and,
some real bad ones, yeah.
Another pretty terrible one to come, actually. People seem to really like those episodes.
Yeah, actually, Eau Claire just sent me some of their sassafras cocktails.
I saw those cans. I was excited, yeah.
Yeah, I got 4 in there.
Ooh, well, we'll save that for...
Yeah, we'll drink that for sure, man.
Okay.
That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to try that.
I'm down with that. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Play some Sassafras Roots by Green Day in the back. Oh, fuck. We'll be feeling good, man.
I don't remember that song.
Maybe it was an album.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Had to give up cigars and golf. Kind of sucks. Those are two things. Why would you give those up?
That's not kind of sucks.
Yeah, that just sucks. I mean, I'm not a huge golfer, but I do like to smoke a cigar in the wilderness. You know, golf ranges are just beautiful gun range ruined, but still fun nonetheless. Plus, you can drive around in a cart. It's kind of fun. It's close to go-karts these days.
Adam J. just asked me through text, likely because I didn't see it there. Yeah, seeing if it's in the comments here. I can't see the comments very well tonight.
What do you want to see? I can go back up here. We'll start.
He was asking something about.
He said, "What's up, you handsome fat bastards?"
The Bunnahabhain old bottling. So, Adam, was yours in a box or a tube? Is what I want to know.
This is what he was. One of those bottles.
Yeah.
Of old bottling or what? I missed it.
So yeah, is yours in a tube or is yours in a box? Black box with a gold label is the old stuff. Here we go. This is some fucking good shit. Adam, you got the old stuff, man. You got an old Dusty. I just can't believe that you just went out and grabbed the Dusty. This is just sitting on the shelf, I guess. Like, that's unbelievable to me. Because I thought I scooped all those up. And this is my last one, as a matter of fact.
I bet he went to that Spirits on 101 or whatever it is. Because they've
nope, I'd say he went to the place where Alberta Premium was $150.99. I bet you that's where he went.
Gross. And
then we got the newer stuff, which comes in the tube. Also, very tasty.
Very much so. I killed the bottle while I was editing, and that's the new one I opened, and that's what's left of it.
Adam, you should be happy. Yeah, that's a beautiful level for us to experiment.
Yeah. And Sean has both bottles. He's cracking them both fresh tonight. Hopefully Sean can join us because he's clearly not stuck in prison tonight.
Yeah, we'd like for Sean to join us and share his thoughts as well.
Adam, did they have any more unicorn farts? Or did you possibly have slipped your mind? That's a possibility. I get that. That's okay. I'd have been sipping on the new one. Let's just switch over to the old. Pairing it with Lindt dark caramel and sea salt chocolate. That sounds like a perfect pairing. Anything salty, bring out that brininess.
Fuck, that's hard to...
it's hard to tell?
Yeah.
The color is damn near identical.
Oh, the color is pretty much identical, yeah. Maybe.
I mean, my shitty eyes can't tell the difference.
Actually, the older one looks a touch darker.
Do you think so? He's doing it over there on his own.
Yeah, I'm trying to use a white background.
I'm sorry your 4-year-old is watching. That is probably not advised.
Yeah, we do not condone this behavior.
I'd say you have to be 18 and older, but I have no way to regulate that. Nor do I actually care, really. Your 4-year-old can learn about unicorn farts. It's a delicious sour beer with drinkable glitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unicorn is also the official animal of Scotland.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
For real?
For real. Yeah, beautiful.
Watching a bunch of different Instagram and Facebook accounts do their April Fool's jokes. One of them was Lefroy is releasing a special Greek version in Uzo casts.
Yeah, I seen that, and
you know what? And I was like, you know what? I would actually buy that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so, like, who did they think they were going to joke with this?
Yeah, everybody gets excited. They're like, just joking. Fuck you. Oh, never mind then.
Oh, man. Oh, it is on the coat of arms. Well, sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah, now you know. How'd you know if no one told you, man?
Now my head hurts.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, and then Ardbeg was putting out
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see the RPA.
Oh, I think they had a real one. Their fermentation or something.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Never mind. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Someone asked how they can join. It was Adam. Oh no, it was Sean. Steven asked how he can join. We're going to wait about 15 minutes, Steve, and then we're going to put up a link to join us, and we will. It comes into our. We're in what's called a studio. You guys just see this screen. We see a bunch more stuff. It'll come into our studio, and then we'll just pick at random who's to join us for 5 to 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Depending.
Yeah. We just want to chat with each of you. We want to know your thoughts, but also we want you to type your thoughts in the comment so we can have a log of it. And a lot of people are drinking Bunna 12. So I want to know if you're drinking the new or the old Bunna 12. And I want to know your thoughts, your deep thoughts on the Bunna 12. What do you like? What don't you like? Any notes you're picking up? A lot of people say they're not good at notes, and it doesn't fucking matter.
Basically, it comes down to, do you enjoy it or not?
Mm-hmm. Is it good? Is it not? Is it peaty? Is it not? Is it smoky? Is it not? Is it salted? Is it not? Tell me.
I think this one's pretty salted in a good way.
It's quite salty. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I like it.
Malty as well. And I find like there's a lovely sherry in the background, like a raspy kind of sherry. More of a raisin, perhaps.
Which one are you going with?
This is the new one I have here now. Matthew Graham is actually drinking the Bunna 11.
Oh, smart.
Which he found in Grassland.
Oh, like legit?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was playing a joke because we're drinking the 12.
Nope.
Didn't even know there was an 11.
It's this independent bottler.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's like, hey, look what I found. And I was like, you bitch. But yes. And he poured it for me. I think he did.
Yeah?
I'm almost sure that he did. Yeah, I think he did. Is there anything not good about Bunnahabhain? I really enjoy Bunnahabhain. Yep.
It's one of the first ones you ever recommended to me, actually.
Yeah. That's what I recommend for a lot of people, especially a little newer to the game. Give the Bunna 12 a try. Give it a try. It's a necessary stepping stone. And even after thousands of whiskeys, we're coming back to the Bunna 12 because we can. There's mini Bunna 12s around just for someday if I don't have a bottle open, but I'm craving a dram. This is like, I think I have 2 of these left maybe. These went on sale, like $5 each. So I was like, $5 for a dram of Bunnahabhain 12, man.
It's always handy to have those. They're great for taking on the airplane because they are under the 100 milliliter requirement for carry-on. You can take as many of them as you want. You just can't get caught drinking them. So you just wait. Oh, flight attendant's gone. Pour it. Good to go.
Yeah.
Slightly soapy, like when your friends wrestle you onto the ground and pour dish soap in your mouth, but in a good way.
I did not do that.
Yeah, what kind of childhood did you have? Did you do that to him?
No.
Why did you do that to him?
He was like my little brother.
Yeah, I get that.
That's why I did it to him.
So you said dish soap in the mouth.
Yes.
I can think of worse things, so.
Yeah. No, I don't think that was me, actually. Me and Adam used to wrestle a lot. Yep. Good times. He has the same frame and build as me.
Yep.
Same temper. So our fights could get ridiculous.
Fair enough.
Good times. Good times. We are not psychopath. We have sociopathic tendencies. I'm going to
Sean's got to
open the door.
What's not good about Bunna? Their prices for stuff past the 12.
Oh, well, now we're on that. Look at the 18. The 18 is like $180. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. I remember the Glendronach 21 used to be $130, and the 18 was like $120. But still, at $120, you would buy that all day, and then that started going up too. Highland Park 18 used to be about $135 before that went up to now it's like $205 in a lot of places. Yeah, the Bunna 18, man, that's expensive. The 25-year-old used to be affordable, well, attainable.
Steve got it for $135.
That's a ridiculous price. It must have been on sale.
I was going to say that wasn't in BC.
Yeah, no way. And if you walked on a shelf and that was $135, I'm shocked beyond belief. That's what you get it for Oh, wow. In Alberta, you paid $125. How many years ago, Steve? And was it on sale?
That was Sean that paid $125.
Sean, yeah. How many years ago and was it on sale? Because $125 a bottle, that's outrageous. That's not expensive at all for an 18.
What was the
That's
one
very, very fair.
when we were out hunting in Spruce Grove? There was it starts with a C, Cheobach or whatever the fuck.
Copenhagen.
Yeah, that might be the one.
It was on sale. Yeah, I gotcha, Sean. Gotcha.
You're picking up what you're putting down. And Buddy wanted a ridiculous price, and I hadn't seen it in our hunting that day anywhere. And then later on, we saw it for $100 less.
Yeah, remember I told you?
Yeah.
Right away. I was like, walk away, dude. This
Yeah.
guy's trying to fuck with you, man. Doesn't realize that we're OG Scotch snipers over here.
It's like Ron Swanson when he's in Home Depot. Can I help you with anything, sir? I know more than you. You may work in a liquor store, but I know more than you.
Steve said he paid $135 6 months ago in Alberta. It's here in Fort McMurray on the shelf at Sobeys for $185 right now. So if you're getting it for $135, that is not overpriced at all. That is an extremely fair and balanced price for what you get in that Bunna 18. So, Sean, if you're picking it up for $125 on sale, you must pull that trigger, folks. Yep, $125. That's ridiculous. That's awesome price.
I only drink Buna because that dreamboat, Mike Brisebois, tells me to, usually in my dreams.
Yeah, Mike Brisebois, the most handsome of all the brand ambassadors, according to legends.
You're going to hurt some feelings.
Feelings get hurt, man.
That's true. He recently did a whole thing for International Whiskey Day or whatever the fuck it was. And he was on CTV. And, I commented and I said, you know what, Mike? You're not just the ambassador for Distel. You are Canada's ambassador for whiskey.
Hell yeah, man.
He's fantastic.
He did a good job, too. That was so cool.
Yeah, that was.
Yep.
I mean, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one that drinks early morning. And that was like 10 a.m., so that's not really early. I'm drinking like 5 a.m. before work, so a little different. But I just drink beer. That's not even
Beer's
booze.
not even. That's just refreshment.
It's just carbonated water with some flavoring in it. So that doesn't count.
Yeah, I agree.
Sean says he paid $175 for the 18. It's better than the 25 to him.
Post that. I couldn't disagree more.
Oh, them's fighting words.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. The Bunnahabhain 25 to me is top notch. Now, I have to point out that I didn't pay today's exorbitant prices for my last 25. The first one I had didn't last long. I paid $302 for it. And at 25 years old, for what you get for $300, abso-fucking-lutely worth it. I used to jokingly say I believe that whiskey was created just for me. It's salty, super malty, chocolate flavors. I love it. I love it so much. But that 18, I'm a sucker for that Oloroso. So it's like really puckery and dry. I love the 18 as well, but I'd reach for the 25 in a second before the 18, man. I'd reach for the 25 Bunna before almost any other beer. Love it so much.
You guys can fight over this when Sean joins us later.
Well, yeah, I'd like to discuss with Sean what he likes, what he doesn't like about each, and, maybe drive people in a certain direction. Because a lot of people ask me, should I save up and buy the 25-year-old? And at today's prices, no, right? It's $500 sometimes. I mean, here in Alberta, we're a little bit lucky. In the States, it's like $800 US. Like, what the fuck, right? That's ridiculous. But at $300, $350, yep, all day.
There you go.
Yeah, all day. So is Bunna 25 for the price, one of the best 25s on the market? For the price? Yeah, man. Again, $350, which you can still find it on Alberta shelf.
If you're looking
real hard.
Gotta be
If you know where to look, yeah. At that price, 100%. I get the impression Glenfarclas 25 is diversive. People seem to like it or dismiss it. Post that shit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. get me fucking going here now. Glenfarclas 25 has built its brand on being consistent and reliable, beautiful sherry casks. The 21 I prefer to the 25. Glenfarclas. I would say, if anything, go with the 15, man. That's the range for everybody. It's a little bit higher ABV. You could buy the minis of the 40 at 46% years ago for $46. And I used to buy one or two every single time I was in Edmonton. I had like 25 of them in there, man. And over the years, I've drank them with friends, and now I've got like 2 left.
Yeah, maybe. You poured one for me.
Yeah, of course, right? So, Adam says it never changes, the Glenfarclas, and it doesn't. It's the same all the time. It's what you expect it to be. But I'm not running out and grabbing that 25-year-old Glenfarclas, man. I'm not running out. I'm not.
It's good. It's consistently good. It's just
sometimes like Kensington will do a cask strength version or something. Then I might grab it. But otherwise, man, I've played with it. I'm fine with that for now.
Ben, you talk about your brother a lot. How come your brother's never here?
Yeah.
Maybe he's blind and he can't join us, which I get. Sorry about that. But if I see a mini for 40, I'll buy it every time. Yep. It's good if you want just a high age statement for not a lot of money.
Yeah. Now, if you wanted to go buy a bottle of it, it's $1,300 these days. It used to be about $800, and at $800, it was worth it. It's 40-year-old at 46% back then. I think it's 43 now. But yeah.
All right. Then.
Glenfarclas is consistent and reliable. And that's all it is, man. You want something to blow your mind with Glenfarclas, you got to start picking up the family casks.
Yeah. My friend of mine I worked with, he's English, but for his son's birthday, he bought a cask of Glenfarclas. And it is to be bottled on his 21st birthday. I think he only said he wants 12 bottles a year until it's gone. And cool. It was not cheap.
No.
Let me tell you, it was not cheap.
Nope.
I asked him if I could have one, and he told me to go fuck myself. So.
What a
friend,
friend.
But still.
Yeah.
He's an old cranky English.
Sounds like it. Yeah, fuck you.
I said I'd pay for it. He goes, no, they will all be drank in my house. But fine, well, if I come to your house, will you open one?
If I show up to his house, he doesn't open one? What kind of friend is that? I can't wait for whiskey friends to show up here. Because then we can open something that's been staring at me for years. All right, you could do it by yourself on the couch in your fucking jogging pants.
It's not the same.
No, it's not the same, man. Not the same at all. Paul's pouring the Timorous Beastie 25.
I like the Timorous Beastie.
Me too, very much.
Fan.
Absolutely.
Not the 25, but just the regular.
I don't know if I've had the 25. I can't recall.
I haven't. I know that I haven't. I'm waiting to do a little bit more B-roll on that, but we have recorded an episode on it.
Have we?
We have.
Nice.
I know you don't remember. You don't fucking remember what you had for breakfast.
I do not eat breakfast.
Well, that's easy to
Therefore,
forget,
I can never forget what I had for breakfast. Nothing.
Just have a beer for breakfast. It's easy. And then I record it so that I always know. Family cask in BC start at $16.99 and go to $14,000.
One of the biggest whiskey regrets of my entire life is not purchasing a Glenfarclas 1987 when it was on the shelf in front of me. Instead, I was celebrating my 30th birthday, and there was an 1987 single cask sherry, and there was a 30-year-old right next to it. And I bought the 30-year-old like a damn fool. And now I'm just in deep regret.
That's your birth year, right? That's why you like to collect those?
Yeah. But I didn't collect them back then. It wasn't really within my budget so much as it is now.
How much was it? Do you remember?
600 and something. Yeah. I had a bonus from work, so I had $300. So I was like, okay, I can match the other. And I went with the 30-year-old like a fucking idiot. What a dumb idiot. Also, not 2 months later, I walked past a single cast 21-year-old Oloroso Springbank and instead bought the regular 21-year-old.
You didn't know any better than
I didn't know any better, man. What an idiot.
How would you know if no one told you?
No one told me, man.
Or told you, tell yourself. That's how you learn, right? It's part of the process. And if you have questions, we're always here.
Adam, I don't know if I ever did tell that. George Grant from Glenfarclas was in Edmonton, and it was 2 days after the fires in Fort Mac. So one of the reps from Glenfarclas called me and said, "Can you meet us in Edmonton at Pampa Steakhouse, Brazilian Steakhouse? We're shutting down the steakhouse and we're having an intimate setting where we're going to taste some whiskeys with George Grant." And I was like, "Yeah, I can definitely do that." When? She's like, 2.5 hours from now. And I looked at Adam J. Adam's like, "I can get you there." I was like, "Let's go,
Where
man."
were you?
We were at Kickoff, out by Lethbridge.
Yeah, you could make that.
Yeah. So Adam, we were like, "Oh shit, we have nothing." Literally, I'm wearing the clothes I own.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else. So I explained that. I was wearing a blue shirt and blue jeans, man. I was like, "I have nothing, so I'll be there." And Adam jumps in the vehicle, drives there. I wanted to get him to come in, and they're like, "Can't. We only have one seat." Like, sorry. So I was like, "Fuck this." Adam's like, "Fuck that. I'll stay in the parking lot and wait, motherfucker."
That's a good man.
I was like, my dude, what a guy. And he actually stayed in the parking lot and waited for me, man. Yeah.
That's a good friend, good brother.
I have spent many times, Laklabish, sorry, not Lethbridge. I spent many times trying to make up for that. So, Adam, I was highly appreciative over that. And, we chatted. He gave me a couple 40-year-old Glenfarclas. Yeah, so I was like, running to the car, right?
Start the car.
Yeah, me and Adam cracked it as soon as we got back, man. Or that next night, right? Yeah, so super cool. Got to eat dinner with him. Pampa Steakhouse. I don't know if anyone's into that, but it's in Edmonton. Rump steak. Wait for the rump steak. Wait for the rump steak, okay? I'm telling you.
Oh, well, we're just past 30 minutes here. Shall we start bringing some people in?
Yeah, let's bring some people in.
All right, guys. So and lady, well, we did have a lady here. We don't get many of those. Let me post the link. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put it up here in the chat. You should be able to. Can you copy and paste from chats? I don't even know. Maybe that won't work. Anyway, I'll put it in the chat. You figure out if you can or not.
Soupy, are you here?
I don't think he is. So I'm going to put it in the chat, and we'll try that out. Anybody that is drinking Bunnahabhain, click on it. You'll come into the studio, and then we'll just bring you on when we can. Let's see if it works. I'm going to paste it up now, and hopefully this works. Hopefully you can try this out.
Oh yeah, Adam. He just flown in with a $20,000 bottle cuffed to his wrist. Super crazy. Yeah, so folks, Chelsea Carnage, she's still here. She's so lovely. My homie. We exchanged some cool samples. Yep.
Did she say she's drinking Bunnahabhain tonight too?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, so that's what we'll do. I don't know if you can copy and click this link or not, but if you can, you go ahead and click it. You just need a good computer with a webcam and sound. If
your sound sucks, we will remove you.
Yeah, it's just it's a quality assurance thing. You can use your phone. Your phone does work too if you're watching us on your phone.
Buzz Monkey, they're talking about old Pulteney. If you want to chime in there.
Oh,
The good, the bad, the ugly. Soupy knows all of it. Chelsea Carnage! Drinking Bunna 12, man. Seems like every time I say her name, that's how I say it. Chelsea Carnage! Just like, go with that!
phone will work too, Clay. So, yeah, that's what it takes, guys. Like I said, I don't know if you can actually click on that. I know you can't click it, but I don't know if you can copy it. If not, we have a private chat.
No, yeah, you can copy that because Sean just fucking did.
There we go. So that's all it takes.
Sean, welcome to the Whiskey Heathens World Headquarters. We're going to pull him in just a second. Sean's waiting in the lobby. Looking great.
He's got a dirty perv stash.
Love it. Kevin. My good friend Kevin Burkhardt.
You can click it. Perfect. That's what I wanted to know.
Kevin, we're drinking Bunna tonight. Just a quick recap for everybody. We're drinking the old and the new Bunna 12. Old, new. Old, new. And we're on a floating wharf just outside Bunnahabhain Distillery, as you can see.
Due to COVID restrictions, they wouldn't let us in the building right now.
Floating.
Oh.
It's so like watery on the water.
Let's bring in another floating wavy man right now.
Sean's waving his way in. Boom.
What's up, guys?
Sean's bar. Sean's crazy Irish bar. Sean has 4 Scotch whiskeys and thousands of Irish whiskeys.
Damn right.
Yes.
What works
So,
best?
yeah.
That.
All right.
Bunna 12, Bunna 12.
Oh, he's doing it too.
Are you doing it blind still?
I have not tasted them. I've only nosed them.
Ooh.
One of
I
them
like to
is
do this.
distinctly funky. One of them is way funkier.
See, I said that earlier today. I said one has a clear amount of funk that's a little more raspy than the other. I find the other to be more malty and perhaps not so much cask influence on one. I would suspect that to likely be a newer one, but when we actually do a blind side by side, we'll play around with these and see what happens. Sean's doing it right now. That's the 18 and the 25. Nice. Nice.
So
So
I
you're
will
going
be
to do
doing-
those.
Now, I got to ask somebody. I received samples, 3 samples earlier this week when I was at work. No clue who they're from. Somebody in Quebec. I'm assuming from this chat, possibly. One of them is a Boona Hanfield.
Bunnahabhain from Quebec.
So blue whiskey bottle sample bottles, Benriach
weird.
21 4 cask, a Ben Nevis Carnmore 6-year-old, and then a Boona Hanfield Warehouse 9 Wine Hogshead 2009.
Mm.
No clue who sent them. So if they sent them to me, they didn't leave a name, no return. Well, they return address, but it's in Quebec. I have no idea.
And they sent them in Quebec blue bottles.
Yeah, exactly.
They're sending a message. That's actually poison. Don't drink that. Send it to me and I'll test it for you.
Okay, deal. I'll drop them off the plane my next flight up to work.
No. Just be ready for a pickup.
All right.
Snipers are on the move always. Speaking of, Trav, maybe we can have a quick chat here offline about snipers coming in a little quicker than anticipated.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody else is like, what the fuck
There's
are you
some
talking about?
back channel talk.
Yep. So yeah, Sean, we'd be interested to hear your thoughts on anything that you're doing there now.
All right. Well, like I said, this one in my magnificent bastard, Glencairn. That's the malty less funk.
Okay.
And my Alberta Scotch Society. That's the funky one.
Interesting.
Now, I've killed 3 bottles of this in the past, 2 years.
Yep.
But I don't think I've even tasted this one before. And
Okay.
the last one of these was like 8 months ago. So I really haven't had any Boona 12 for a while, which shame on me.
Yeah, it's pretty regular here.
It goes on sale at one of our Ace liquor stores, so we pick it up regularly.
Yeah,
Well,
for like
so
55
this
bucks.
this one I got from Rocky. He picked up like a case of them at some.
Yeah, that's where I got my last couple as well.
So when he
This is
gave me
the
that
last
one,
one.
I picked this up like that week for like $48 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept them both bunkered. I said there'll be a time where I'll be able to pour them side by side. When you started talking about it on the weekend, I was like, perfect.
Yeah,
I will
now
do
is
that.
that time.
Yeah. Easter weekend.
So when are you going to do the big reveal?
I don't even know what they are. I have to wait till my wife finished putting the kids to bed, and then she'll tell me
Cool.
if I'm right or wrong.
Sean, why don't you tell us about the hat you're wearing?
Well, this beautiful hat, PWS, is also in my name on the screen, but it stands for Park Whiskey Society. That is the whiskey club that I happen to be a member of. It was started by our good friend Steve and G. Hoff and a couple of their friends. A way for friends to get together, pool their money together, and buy bottles that they would never otherwise try. Now the club's grown. There's 40-ish members,
Nice.
but it's the same deal. Pool our money together, buy some crazy ass bottles that hardly any of us would ever get to try.
Yep.
And then we get together when we can, and we sample some crazy bottles and shenanigans. There's giveaways. It's a lot of fun. It was the first club I've ever been part of, and now it's grown. And
So how did you find out about the Park Whiskey Society?
well, funny enough, through Instagram of all places.
Nice.
That
Cool.
Yeah. So, I just started talking to Steve, and like, this guy posts some crazy pictures. I dabble in photography as a hobby and obviously whiskey. So I started chatting him up. And then one night I was having a fire and drinking some Kalila, and G Hoff started talking to me randomly as well. And then, the rest, as they say, is history. Now,
Cool.
Steve and I started our podcast in the fall, and it's going strong. He's in the US of A right now for some not so friendly family issues, but I think tomorrow or the next day we'll have a new episode dropping. So
tell folks, where can they find your podcast, Sean?
the easiest way is you can find it on most podcast hosting sites. The easiest way is just to Google Park Whiskey Society podcast. And Podbean is where we host, and you can listen to every episode right there.
Cool. That is very exciting. I was on their show, and I had an absolute fucking blast. Yeah,
it's always fun.
We drank some weird shit, and it was super fun.
That was a good day.
Yeah.
Nothing like recording podcast episodes and then driving through a blizzard to the airport to go to work.
Lovely. There's no other way.
Well, there is another way. Just skip the blizzard part.
No, it's all part of the fun, man. Keep you on your feet.
Flew home last night from work.
Can't wait until we can all sit down together and dram. Chelsea, Sean was there that day. We were in a hotel room in, I believe, Banff or Calgary, and Eric was there from Barrel to Bottle. We drank some pretty crazy shit, including a 13-year-old Chegg. And I actually had to snatch that tube from Mike because my bottle was missing a tube.
You don't even like tubes.
No, but it's in the bunker.
Oh, all right. Yeah. All right.
As soon as I open it, the tube's in the garbage anyway. But what a fucking hassle it was to get that tube, man. And I don't mean because Mike was like, no. Mike was like, hell yeah, man, no problem. But he needed to transport it first, right? What do you need?
Glass of water, please.
Oh, the glass of water that's yours that I took?
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Sean is tasting blind. I have not been tasting blind, but as you clearly see, I'm enjoying one more than the other. And the one I'm enjoying more is the one I have more of. I'm savoring it, whereas this one I've been drinking it. So this is the one I find to be funky, and this is the one I find to be more malt forward.
So maybe we just don't say what it is for Sean's benefit at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's weird.
And Sean, when are you going to taste the 18 and the 25? Because you tickled a little something for me, and I find it very interesting that you enjoy the 18 more. Now, is that factoring in today's price? I mean, so you wouldn't purchase the 25 at $300?
Nope.
Interesting. I am shocked and appalled.
I
Why
I
don't
mean,
we ask Joe how he feels about the 18?
I haven't. Yeah, he took up the whole city supply.
I went into Joe's and I was like, "Oh man, you got 18 Bunnahabhain 18s," and he's like, "No, that's 18 empty bottles of Bunnahabhain 18." I was like, "No, you fuck." Oh yes.
Oh, indeed.
Oh, they're all dead. Plus the
So
25 he has in the bunker, probably.
so funny story is when Wine and Beyond got them last summer or fall, whatever it was, and they marked them down like as soon as they got them. They're 135 bucks
That's
or
unreal.
140 bucks or something like that.
Even so,
So
man.
so I of course went and picked up a couple, and as I'm walking out of the store, here comes Joe, and he's like, "Yeah, this is my third location I've hit up today." He came out with a case.
What a beautiful devil.
Yeah, he's a beautiful bastard, Mr. Christ.
So as for the 18 and 25, the 18 I just find richer, more in your face. It's got
I would
everything
agree with
about
that. I would agree. I find the 18 to be much richer, but that salty, malty darkness in the 25, man, it just does it for me, eh? Now, again,
Now-
like I love the Bunna 18, I truly do.
So,
But that 25, I've always said it was made for me, man. I just love it.
so I got a question. I know there's different versions of the 25.
Yeah.
Are they different whiskeys in there?
Well, I think it's as different as likely their process would allow. You know what I mean? It's a different batch, so the variation is there. Allegedly, the 12 is the same, but I really don't think that it is.
Yeah,
And if it is, you know, the bottle matters. People say whiskey doesn't age in a bottle, and we understand that. But it changes in the bottle. Like if you drink something that's sat in the cupboard for 30 years, it's got that cupboard value now, man. And I crave that. I love that. Like that
So-
pinch we had. I don't know if Kevin's still here, but we had a pinch in Edmonton that Nicole brought, and it sat in the cupboard for 30 years. And we tasted it. We were blown the fuck away, man. We couldn't believe it. Wasn't that delicious? Like,
Yeah,
so
she gave
yeah,
me a sample.
it matters that it's been sitting in a bottle all that time. It's just not aged, right?
So I've done the 18 and the 25 in two different tastings, and both times I picked the 18.
Interesting. I can see I can see why. I mean, it's a great whiskey. It's pungent, like you said. It's kind of punchy as well. Excuse me. Whereas the 25-year-old it's mellowed through age, man. Like, so yeah, I can see why you would pick it, but I just gotta go with the 25. Steve basically took the words out of my mouth. Steve said the 25 is more of a sherry bomb, or the 18 is more of a sherry bomb, where the 25 is more refined. And yeah, I get that, man. I get that.
Yeah.
So
I
that
totally
brashness, like folks know, I'm a fan of that brashness. Sean, I've known you to be a fan of the brashness. I mean, I wouldn't call Irish whiskey brash, but we're not drinking Irish whiskey right now, right? So yeah, that Bunna 18 is definitely brash. Good word.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying the 25 is bad. Like,
No.
amazing whiskey. But going back to these 12s, the nose is way more separation than the taste. The taste, they're closer than they are.
That's
in the nose.
exactly what I said before we came on, man. Yep.
So I think the funkier one is the older one. The more malty nosed one is the newer one.
So
That's my guess. I don't know.
yeah, like as not to give anything away, that's what I said when me and Ty were having a conversation as we were setting up, right? And I don't know. Maybe me and you are on different wavelengths, but that just shows how people's palate is different. So I'd be very interested to see when your wife comes home, which is which.
Just 1 second, I'll find out right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm going to address something
Give me
here.
my water.
Chelsea Carnage says, FYI, prices will be going up on Buna, not by too much, but a small increase for Canadian market.
Of course.
I have to point out something that I did not fact check. I just saw someone post this. I don't know if it's true
This
or not.
is a legend.
No, it's not a legend. It's allegedly, but apparently we have an elevator tax here or escalator tax here in Canada, and it's on taxes on alcohol and tobacco, and it rises every year until the law is repealed, put in by Justin Trudeau's Liberals.
Welcome to Josh and Ty's political talk show.
No, but I'm just saying that all alcohol and tobacco will increase every year, and it just went up, I believe. Today is the day. Today is the day, and it goes up in price. So all alcohol in Canada will be taxed more now.
Thanks again, Trudeau.
Yeah.
Just another way to fuck Canadians in the ass, eh?
Yeah.
You fucking... Never mind. Anyway, this is why we don't talk politics on Whiskey Show. Because I get rustled up. Oh, Sean, what's that?
That is courtesy of somebody in this chat right now
No way.
who happens to be a sales rep for that company.
Ooh, okay. I know who
they
you're talking about.
You can get T-shirts as well with your last name with the O in front of it. It's a campaign they do every year. They raise money in Canada. It's for the Canadian Inclusion Society or something like that.
You're telling me there's a whiskey for charity. Okay.
So what you do is you pay $20. $20 doesn't even charge you shipping. You get a box with a T-shirt with your last name with the O in front of it.
Double extra large.
I don't know. They had bigger than extra large. I know that.
Extra large in grade 6.
So you get the shirt and you get a label, and then that bottle's, I don't know, I paid $19 for it.
Yeah,
so
man, that's awesome.
So the rep who is in this chat, she sent me a T-shirt. That person sent me a shirt and a label. But then I went on myself and I bought shirts for both my kids and my wife as well.
As you would, it's for charity.
Exactly. Then I took the labels. I bought 2 more bottles, well, 3 in total. And I put the label on. I sent one to my dad and one to my uncle, who both live in BC. They just got them yesterday and the day before, and they were floored. So
yeah, that's very cool, man.
It's I don't know. I think the campaign isn't just for St. Patrick's Day, but it's awesome. And
I'm definitely sure on that next time.
Yeah. I have an answer.
You have an answer?
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I was dead on.
Yes.
The funkier nose one is the older.
100%. Different. It's different, isn't it?
Oh,
we said it, man. We should have said this when we were recording, but we were chatting before we were recording, right? Yeah, man. Sean, cool. We're on par.
So what made me lean to that is the maltier one on the nose. It was way more familiar to me. Yep. Whereas the funkier one was something like I haven't had before.
Yeah, dude, it's that cupboard funk, man. It's the dusty funk. This is why I've been collecting dusties for years, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they're different.
Yeah.
They're different, man. Cool. So now I'm very curious to see when we taste it blind, now that we're familiar with it, what exactly is going to be happening. So that's going to be exciting.
Actually, here's another fun note. We already did the Bunnahabhain episode.
That was our first
ever.
Our
very first episode. We never released it because it just doesn't look good. And that was a trial and error run to get the show started. Mm-hmm. So we're just going to have to re-record it. Ah, damn.
Oh, no.
Oh, well.
We'll manage. We also have someone in the lobby waiting to come in. So
we do. We see you there.
We're pretty excited about that. Yep. Clay's on the lobby. I see he's smoking a cigar, waving right now. So, yeah, we'd like to pull people in and out all night. We're in no rush. We're off tomorrow. So, Sean, I don't want to just let you go yet if you have a couple minutes. He can
stick around, too. He doesn't have to leave the lobby. He can stick in the lobby. We can bring him right back on.
Okay, cool. Because when you go ahead to the 18 and the 25, I'd like to bring you back.
Definitely.
And we could talk a little bit. Paul is on as well. I chatted with Paul earlier, and he's going to discuss what he's drinking with us tonight as well. So, yeah. Quick recap.
Go ahead. Is there somebody waiting to come in who might possibly know more about these than all of us combined?
No,
I don't think so.
not today.
Yeah.
Not that we're aware of at the
don't
moment.
think he's going to be able to do that.
Well, that sucks because he's going on 2 weeks leave as of tomorrow.
Yep. And I think
Ooh.
that's why he won't be able to join us tonight.
Fair enough. Fair
Ready
enough.
to bed for him.
Yep.
He deserves it.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
That's Canada's favorite ambassador.
I have a special connection with the 25 as well, though, because the first time I ever met Mike in my entire life, I had a old Pulteney 84, Sean? I think
83.
your birth year, 83, in my pocket. So I was secretly pouring this for a couple reps at the first Banff Whiskey Experience and putting it back, and they were pouring some good shit. And I seen Mike pointing at me from across the room, and he was just like waving me over, reaches in under, he looks around, he holds up a Bunna 25, puts it back down. I ran over about, poured the old Pulteney. So Mike was pouring the 25. That was when the box was changed and stuff. So it was one of the huge hits at the festival. So I have a special attachment to it. That was a super fun experience. First time I ever met Mike in my life. Before he said anything to me, he poured me a 25-year-old Bunnahabhain. So that was super fun.
I'd say.
And no doubt, man, that's got something to do with the feeling I have for the 25. So I'd be curious to maybe try them side by side in a blind and see what happens. But I don't have any 18.
Sean can do that for us today.
Yeah.
I do have
he
lots
gets
of
tagged in everything. He participates in everything. He's like the unofficial third member of the Whiskey Heathens at this point.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
But yeah, if you're sticking around, Sean, just stay in the lobby, and if you can hear everything fine from there, then we'll bring you back on later on when you're going to drink those.
Perfect.
Cool,
Thanks,
man.
buddy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Clay,
cool.
you ready? We're pulling Clay in, folks.
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
All right. First and foremost,
Who the
tell
fuck
us,
are
who
you?
the fuck are you?
I feel like I know you guys already.
Right, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, we chat a lot on Instagram.
We do, yeah. I
Yeah, quite a bit.
I always consult you and Sean before I buy anything. So
Hell yes. We love seeing crazy dusties on BC shelves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, our prices are a little bit different than your guys's, but that's what.
Yeah, for crazy dusties, we don't mind paying a little more.
Yep, that's what I say to you.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. It's just so exciting to me. And you're smoking a cigar tonight as well.
Yeah. It's I got this out of a sampler pack that I just got from the States. This one's called an Amendola or something like that. It's not bad. It's all right.
Okay, cool. Do you smoke cigars often?
Not really. Not a
Nope.
huge. Just kind of started smoking cigars probably about a year and a half ago. So
Okay, cool.
bit of a noob on it. But yeah.
Do you have a go-to now, or are you just kind of trying everything you can?
I'm just trying everything at this point.
Cool. See, I am still doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I have my go-tos.
Me too,
I
but
more or less smoke new shit all the time.
yeah,
It's,
yeah, me too. And you're drinking what tonight?
I actually got the Buna 12 out, and then I got Chabanach, and then I got actually the Cooper's Choice indie bottle of Bunnahabhain. It's like a peated Bunnahabhain.
Cooper's Choice.
Yeah. I think
Interesting.
I sent you a sample of it, actually.
I'll have to bust that out.
Yeah, I would have to find
Yeah,
it.
it went into the sample tree.
Yeah, I saw that in the last episode.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you're gonna
So
take that
new
out.
samples that I get, quite often will go in a box waiting their turn to get into the sample tree because I pick from the sample tree.
Yeah.
And there's a vast amount of samples waiting to be slaughtered.
So
yeah.
That tree isn't even close to what you have for samples either. That's just what you can fit in that thing.
Mm.
There's boxes and boxes of samples to get through.
that's crazy.
So sounds like you're fairly familiar with Bunnahabhain, and out of the ones you have there right now, what would you say you're enjoying the most?
You know, my favorite thing to do is actually mix a bit of the Chabanach with a 12 or an 18, and then get
Love
a
it.
bit of peat with the 12. But on its own, I probably go say the 18 is one of my go-tos for
Awesome.
for sherry bomb.
Yep. It's a gooder, man. It's got that brash, raspy kind of feel to it. Man, I have one in there, I'm pretty sure. A little sample. Maybe I should bust it out when I get my next cigar.
Maybe. Do you remember how much you paid for that Chebanok?
Here in BC, I think I paid about 115-ish, 120.
Still way cheaper than that guy trying to rob me.
Totally, man.
Cool.
Yeah, you got to watch out for them fucks, man.
If it's more BC, you're definitely getting taken advantage of.
Yeah, I was like, Ty. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I didn't
want to be rude to the guy.
We'd already been to
right?
like 20 different stores.
Literally, too.
Yeah, and then hadn't seen it yet. So whatever, I skipped it. I didn't do it. Didn't fall for his trickery.
I think Sean is sitting on a package for you there too.
He sent me a picture today, and my mustache was watering with anticipation.
Cool. And I sent you.
I can't fucking wait. There's a very specific reason that the bottle we're talking about, an Auchentoshan 3-wood, by the way, folks. It's bottled in the mid 90s. So
different juice.
Oh, I'm hoping.
Mid
90s bottled.
I have one of the newer ones, so we can do another.
Yeah, and there's a new one as well.
Oh,
so there was that one. Then there was the gray label, and then there's the new like vibrant black or red or something label. All 3-wood. So I'd like to taste all about side by side. But my good friend Ben, coming here and staying with me so often, I would pour him everything that was open at times until I honed in what his taste is. And his taste is vibrant, rough, or soft sherry, as long as it's vibrant. So I was like, Auchentoshan, man, that's where you need to go. 12, 15, or 12, triple wood, and 18. We had the little taster pack that we tasted side by side. And he was like, man, that triple wood, that's where it's at. So now he's like buying triple wood all the time. So I'm very excited to try that old mid-90s triple wood with him. Then try the first release from the gray label and then the newest release. And I want to see like what the difference is. I'm willing to tell you that the mid-90s bottled stuff, I bet you it's better.
Wow, there's only one way to find out.
Man, it seems to be pretty consistent that the old bottlings are mostly better.
Yeah,
or
on the shelf at that place I bought it. So if
there is,
I'm running back there.
Oh, okay.
Gave you and Ty a sample of that. You know that vatted Clondeni that I found as well.
Yeah,
I got you guys a sample of that one too. So I want you guys to
beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
That's very exciting to me. That's also a strange bottle.
So weird. Such a bottle. I got it off the shelf.
Yeah, I love seeing stuff like that. If I seen it on a shelf here, I likely would have there's no likely. I would have purchased it for myself as well. And folks, what we want to know, just because we're conversing doesn't mean we can't see the chat. So we want to know, dusty bottles. Do you folks gravitate towards the dusty? Because there was a time where nobody did. And I had free reign of Edmonton.
Yeah, you've kind of ruined it.
And I would just pick. Dungeonic 15s. Ba, ba, ba. Yep. And nobody cared at all. And I was yoink, 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 yoink. Got it all, man. Lafroig 18s in the old discontinued label. How many? How many was there?
A lot.
14? Yeah, and legendary Scotch sniper Kevin Burkhardt actually sniped him out. And he ended up, I'm sure, buying all of them for us, right? And now it's gone. It's gone.
Gone, but not forgotten.
True that, man. I will drink to that.
Yeah, as Chelsea points out, it's your own fault. You're too popular, and now everyone knows what to look for.
I bet that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, you gave away the secrets.
I think folks are drastically overestimating my popularity.
We're waiting for Frodo to be like, fine, keep your secrets, wizard.
Right? Insert Frodo meme here. So, Bunnahabhain is what we're talking about tonight. You have 3 Bunnas in front of you.
Yep.
And we have 2. There's many other Bunnas here, independent bottlers. There's some Carn Moore Bunna downstairs. So I'm a fan of Bunna. And I am not excited to hear that the price is going up. And that really bothers me a lot.
You're excited to hear
I
it?
am not excited to hear
excited.
that. No.
I think whiskey prices in general just going up crazy.
Yeah, it's getting crazy.
It is getting nuts.
Getting crazy.
It's because it's not your grandfather's drink anymore.
No,
That's what it used to be. Only fucking old dudes, 50 and over drank scotch. And that has drastically changed in the last, I'd say 15 years, really.
Well, we're into what's going to be the great sherry cask shortage here soon, too.
I know.
Nobody's drinking sherry anymore, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best to help that move along. I drink a bottle of sherry almost a week.
See, I drink way more port than sherry.
That's true, you do.
That sherry is just way too sweet.
You can get some pretty fantastically dry sherries, but if you're having like the Harvey's, the Bristol Cream and stuff, that is sweet as all hell, man.
Yeah,
like very intense, thick sweetness in that, right?
the one that I use for seasoning the cask is on its own was way too sweet.
Yeah, that's the way it is. That's how I felt about the Bunna PX 14-year-old. Everybody loved it. I almost crowned it Whiskey of the Year. I don't think I did, but to me, it was very, very, very delicious, but so insanely sweet. It was almost too sweet for me, man.
The cake fondant sweet.
Yeah.
I think whiskey is going to be like the next craft beer craze where everybody's buying, whiskey.
Yeah.
You
Whiskey's hot right now, man. And right now, bourbon is hot. And there's probably a bunch of people in this room who remember not that long ago when Bunna was not hot.
No,
man, no one cared about Bunna.
and I'd attribute that to you and Mike almost single-handedly.
I would say Mike more than me. Mike, yeah, man, Mike's like a messiah in the Bunnahabhain religion, and I'm a frequent attender of his sermons. Yeah, so I don't know. I find even the Bunnas, the PX, those intense sherry. That's why I like Oloroso sherry finish. Oloroso's more brash and raspy. So yeah, I like the Oloroso because of that sweetness. It's just not there so much, right? More of a fruitiness, like a deep fruitiness, but not that intense sweetness.
totally agree.
They released a 14-year-old. Remember that one? The red wine cask, Bordeaux or something?
We did an episode on it.
Yeah, didn't we lose a sound or something though?
Yeah, no, you know what? We have all the B-roll and all the audio.
And the episode's gone. Fuck. And I like that so much better. It was this close to Whiskey of the Year that year for me. And it was because it wasn't sweet. And I don't like that sweetness so much, man.
Clay, you're disappearing.
I know it's getting dark out here.
Yeah, Clay, we're soon going to kick you the fuck out of here.
No worries. It was actually nice to meet you guys face to face.
Yeah, it was super nice to have you on, man. We highly appreciate it. And again, thank you for pouring some Bunna with us tonight. That's super exciting to us.
Cool. I'll be hanging out.
Enjoy your cigar, and we're going to do this a bit more often, I think.
Yep.
It's fun for us. So.
Yep.
Yeah, this is cool.
We only do this because it's fun for us. It just benefits that other people enjoy it. So
I agree 100%. And thanks for that keen sniper eye too, man.
Oh, no problem. There's lots more to come. There's lots more of those.
Very much appreciate it. Lots more to come, you say.
Well, you got the pages.
Before you go, you got any parting words, or what's your Instagram handle?
Older by the minute.
Older by the minute.
_ Yeah. Older by the minute.
With the underscores in between.
And you're out of BC, correct?
That's right. Maple Ridge.
Maple Ridge,
oh,
BC.
Yes, Maple Ridge. When the fires happened, I was offered to go stay in Maple Ridge by the owner of one of the best gun stores in Canada.
Wenstall's.
Wenstall's, yeah. The owner reached out. They bought a bunch of my restricted firearms that I just couldn't travel with them. I'm like, I got to get rid of these. I'm fucking homeless. I mean, I took all my valuables, which included tons of firearms.
Mm-hmm.
They bought most of my restricteds, and they gave me over cost of a new one.
Oh,
and then they said, you can buy them back if you want them back. And then
that's pretty slick. That's nice of them.
So they're awesome. Yeah, Maple Ridge is a great place.
Cool.
So anyway, Clay, thank you very much. If you guys
Thank
want
you,
to check
sir.
him out on Instagram, Older by the Minute, we'll
Do
leave
it.
that up for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And thanks for joining us, man. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me. You guys
Cheers,
have a good
man.
night. Later.
Cheers.
Now, before we bring another guest on, we do have Paul in the lobby waiting, but I'm going to purge my stogie first. I'm halfway down.
I've been chugging along at mine. I've already removed 2 of the 3
Wow,
labels.
how many labels do you need?
I don't know. I mean, there was one on the very foot of it that was the 10th anniversary 2019. And then there was this one that was getting close to the flame, the JG limited edition handmade. Excuse me, my father. And then, so now I'm down to the last label.
So, super cool having Clay on. It's nice to put a face to the name, even though I kept...
And a voice.
Yeah.
I always picture everybody that I talk to that I've never actually spoke to. When I read your text messages, your private messages, I read it in Mickey Mouse's voice.
Interesting.
It's just fun for me. And then I hear your real voice, and then it's gone. I can't replicate it.
I make up a voice for you immediately. So everyone has a voice until I fucking hear their voice. And sometimes I'm right, and sometimes you're wrong, and your voice doesn't match your body.
Carol Cunningham comes to mind. She'll never join us on this, but that doesn't matter. Very, very aggressive, strong comedian, but she has a mouse voice.
Is that right?
And when you meet her, you've never met her.
Oh, because the one that was here had like that little voice, and remember she said she ate that cereal.
Celeste. Yeah, Celeste.
She had me in tears, man.
She's fantastic.
Oh.
I should get her to come on. I don't know.
She was funny as
I
hell.
don't know how much she drinks. Yeah, Celeste is great. Celeste Lampa, fucking fantastic Edmonton comedian.
She's good, man. Yeah.
Oh, well, with that in mind, shall we move on to our next guest? Just before we do that, I'll put this back up. Guys.
Yeah, and
You can
also
click
just
on
before
this.
we do too, we should catch up on the comments because something happened in here.
Is something's happened in here. How far are we going back? The bourbon.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Okay. Mike B is too good at his job. You're not helping him. We're talking about how Bunnahabhain blew up. That's your
Pass
fault.
that.
Fuck yourself.
What's a good port that's not sweet?
Where are you reading that? Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Oh.
Good port that's not sweet.
Let me
Most
think.
ports have got a nice touch of sweetness.
Yeah,
though.
that's a tough one, man. A lot of them are on the sweeter side. Maybe a much older, maybe a 40-year-old. The stuff from the 60s, the vintages from the 60s have like a lot of almond, like intense. It's Almond City. And but most of them, man, you're going to find are super sweet.
Just full of marzipan and treacle.
I've been making fun of that for a long time too, man.
Well, Adam J says Taylor Fladgate 40 will blow your fucking mind before your brain can even get the words "this is too sweet" to your brain.
Yeah.
It switches to Christmas pound cake.
Yeah, those 40-year-olds will often start sweet, but then the oak really just nicely mellows out. So the older ones are more like that. And again, 60s vintages, Taylors, it's more almond. So, yeah.
So then we're almost caught up. Whiskey A says, anyone in here smoke a pipe? I did years ago, but I've lost touch with what is good. Looking for suggestions. I used to smoke a pipe.
Yeah, I haven't smoked pipe in years.
Smoked it in my Cadillac. I drive by myself on long drives on the highway. The car basically drove itself. And I had a special cup holder that was a pipe holder. You put it inside the cup holder. It held your pipe. I would smoke my pipe while driving my Cadillac. And I was not even 30 years old. It was hipster and douchey, but I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But the car just did its own thing. I was just set it on the highway and just go and smoke and dab and did everything.
Who
And I haven't
cares
smoked
if
since.
you're a douche?
All right. Well, with all that said, let's bring Paul on, who's been patiently waiting in the lobby. I think he's ready.
Paul, are you ready? Can you give us a big thumbs up,
He's
or middle
ready.
finger, or salute, or whatever you want?
All right. Well,
Oh, there it is. He's
without
ready.
further ado, here he is.
Oh,
There it is.
How's it going?
Hold live.
Yeah, this is
Now, tell us.
this is my first live.
Yeah. Who the fuck are
Who
you?
the fuck are you, Paul?
Yeah. Well, I'm actually like really new to whiskey. I started about 18 months ago, and we moved into this neighborhood of Otwell. Actually, when I was chatting with Sean for the first time, he actually went to the junior high, which is right across the field from where my daughters go to elementary school. So
Cool.
yeah, so we actually, his sample over my other shoulder, Sean can probably see his sample box over my shoulder. He spoiled me rotten about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Sean
bunch
is
of
very
cardboard.
kind.
Yeah, like a bunch of Carnmore and Kilhoman, the 24-year
Oh, yeah.
Deanston private bottling that they got, the cask.
Does Sean drink
So-
Kilcoman?
Sometimes I have about this much of that Deanston left. I enjoyed that.
I can't wait to try that. Yeah, so I was just like, I'm just like was invited by some, like, we moved in the neighborhood, and then there was this guy who ran this little Scotch club out of his basement, and so I just started going to that, and made some connections in the neighborhood. And then when COVID hit, like, all that was over.
Sure.
Like, my buddy, the guy who runs it, has MS, so like he has to be like super careful. So
Okay.
that was
My mother
basically-
actually has MS as well.
yeah, like, person who does my hair has MS as well. Like, so it's kind of like, yeah, I see it from their perspective. So yeah, I started reaching out to, supporting some people on Patreon. Trenny and C, I still support. I'm in their Dram Club, and like started just reaching out to the wider whiskey community because couldn't really do much here, eh? So I've just like learned really fast, just kept a super open mind, like got into peated. Sean got me into Irish. I bought this JJ Corey, the Gale Batch 2 last week, which is like one of the top 5 whiskeys out of about the 80 whiskeys now that I own. So
Cool.
yeah. So
now,
I'm
what's
talking a lot, I'm
significant
nervous.
about your glass? What's that?
I'm talking a lot. I'm nervous.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Don't even
It's
worry about it,
beautiful. Yeah. Hopefully you came here for leisure and not to learn, because we actually don't know much.
Oh,
So you're drinking the 12, the newer bottle of the 12 you have, correct?
I am, yeah. And I'll be honest with you. When I first bought this, I got this from Sierra Springs for like $50, like super cheap. And I tried a glass, and I was like, I don't really like it. Like, I love the other Distell stuff, the Chake 10, Deanston 12, Tobermory 12. And so I was just like, I put it away, and then I
Can you say
back to it.
Lecheg again?
Is it? It's Lechik.
No, I just want to hear you say it.
Lechik.
Mm.
No? Oh,
yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's the
Is
good
that
shit.
right?
That's what I like to hear, man. I just
Yeah.
like hearing people say it. Just gives a little tickle in my eardrum.
Glad I'm helping you along.
Hell yeah.
We really like the Ledeg.
One guy
Relate-
said Ledage.
Ledeg.
The
I was like,
Dodge.
do you have any? Yeah, I was like, do you have any Lecheg here? I'll spell it for you. And he's like,
Okay.
actually, Ledage. And I was like, right on, man. You got some Ledage for me? Because that's why I'm here. And he was like, as a matter of fact, I do. Right on. I would take that Ledage. Thank you, sir.
Oh, good
Yeah, you
stuff.
call it whatever the fuck you want, man.
Oh, it's really good. Like that really, like, I'd done a lot of peated Scotch before then. Like, I got into peated Scotch with Ardbeg and with Lagavulin. And then, I was watching Roy Aquavite, and I love his recycle reviews. I actually watched those multiple times, and he was just raging about Lechik. So I was,
Oh,
I was like,
cool.
oh, I'll give it a try,
Nice.
and blown away.
Oh,
Blown away.
I just love it.
Yeah,
I just love it.
great daily drinker.
I can't get enough.
Great. Yeah, totally.
I'm obsessed with Lecheg. I'm also, for a long time, I was secretly obsessed with Glenbergie. It's actually
not a secret anymore.
Glenbergie, but I let everybody know.
This
not
is
a
my.
secret anymore.
This is from
What's
the.
this?
I don't know if you can see it, but it's from the Glenbergie tasting that we had with the Edmonton Scotch Club with Travis, right?
I
And-
thoroughly enjoyed that.
That was so good. That's when I got to, see all you guys in person and via Zoom, but got to see you guys. And I was just pouring little like half ounce, quarter ounce samples. because I wanted to leave the rest. And then I saw you like just making your own blend. And so that's what I did. And I bottled 3 ounces, and this was my warm up. And it's like turned to like this real kind of like dark chocolate. It's got a little bit of a bitter finish, but I don't mind that. Like, it's okay.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
See, yes, this is what it's all about, man. Give me that bitter chocolate, malty, delicious brashness. That's what I love.
Yeah, and that's what like Bunna is to me. And I didn't think much of Bunna when I first tried it, and then probably like 3 weeks ago, I was playing some card game with my girls and my wife, and they were just cleaning me out. Like, I didn't have any points at all, but I had some Bunna and I had some dark chocolate, and I was drinking it. I was like, yeah, I had a total rediscovery. Cool. And
so that's what this whole hobby's about, man. It's that discovery. And something that you may not have liked at one point, you revisit after your palate changes. And when your palate starts to expand and change, a lot of people, when they're first tasting whiskey, a lot of the models that we shoot with, they're like, tastes like gasoline. They all want to try it every single time. And now models that I've shot with multiple times have tasted multiple drams. And they're kind of like, hey, remember that one last time? I'm like, yeah, try this. You'll like it. And their palate starts to expand. And it's super fun to be involved in that journey with someone of discovery. I mean, whiskey can be very trivial and pretentious, but it can also be super fun and a means to connect. I mean, we would never be talking to a lot of people in this room if it wasn't for the spirit that moves us. You know what I mean? Like,
I totally agree. And like, I was watching I was listening to the Cast Chasers podcast a few months ago, and one of their episodes, they were just talking about the whiskey community. And it's just like one of the most amazing communities for me, where I'm not super experienced. Like, I've hardly been into whiskey, but people don't just treat me like a noob, and they're not pretentious or anything, you know, like especially the Alberta, like the Canadian whiskey community has been so good to me and just really respectful. And that's what sort of makes me want to keep going on my journey with whiskey. It's just like all you guys, right?
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of us here that are discovering new flavors and new whiskeys together.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And we all are like not the same, man. And what some people just love, other people are like, that is nasty. I don't understand. Here's the gasoline coming up, right? But after a while, everything doesn't taste like gasoline anymore. You start to realize these very subtle differences. You spend more time with a single pour, and eventually you come back around and start trying things earlier that you didn't appreciate because you didn't understand, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't mean you, of course. I mean us, right?
I've said it many times. I belong to a lot of different communities. Like with the comedy community, with firearms community, the military community, the whiskey community. Whiskey community, like you said, they don't treat you like a noob. There's something about this community where people realize that remember, everybody was new at one point. And so they don't get that, you know.
Yeah, man.
You've only ever had the 12. Well, I only drink 40 single malts. It's like that doesn't really happen here.
But you still see those cats around, and they start to get singled out, right? And people are like, man, we don't want to associate with that. We want to associate with the fun, cool vibes that everybody brings to the table, because people pick up notes in whiskey that you may never have even considered. And then the next time you drink it, it might be there. Right?
And it's like, it is toxic. Like I'm actually a weather forecaster by trade with the federal government, but I've been doing web development for the past decade. And let me tell you, like, the web development community, that's a fucking toxic community. Like,
is that right? Eh?
Are you the guy I get my METAR reports from when I go flying?
Oh yeah, well, I did aviation forecasting for a number of years in Alberta. And the Arctic as well. Like, that's aviation forecasting is super fun because like you have direct
and it's
access.
like a whole other language.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. But you have like direct access to your clients. Like, you're on the phone with like the dispatchers for WestJet, Air Canada, Canadian North, like some of the smaller ones as well, Jazz. Like it's super fun.
I called in directly 30 minutes before a flight to get the forecast 15 kilometers away, and they could tell me, yeah, it's going to start raining there in half an hour.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, I'm not going to go that way then.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I have a lot of fun with that. I've got a question for you guys. This is the only Bunna that I know. I've seen the Bunna 18 at Wine and Beyond for, I think, like between 130 and 150. I can't remember what it is, but like with Edmonton Scotch Society discount, it's like 120 something.
Oh,
I don't know. So I've seen all of these other NES releases that they have, and they're pretty readily available. I can't pronounce any of them, but like,
Toy Star and Colbin.
Yeah, like, what do you guys think of that? Like, what's your, like, do you have any recommendations, or are they worth buying, or what?
For me, let me just dive into that here. I enjoy them. They're budget-friendly whiskeys, and you get budget-friendly whiskey. And it's, again, tasty. It's satisfying. But if it was me, I would skip those couple bottles, trade some samples with some homies, and get myself the more refined, honed-in tone of the 18. Because they're so readily available, you can likely trade samples with someone who has it. Likely people in this chat right now.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I prefer. Are they good? Yes. Are they mind-blowing? No. But they're tasty.
Cool.
Right?
Some can be mind-blowing.
I don't think the Toy Star or the Kobanak is mind-blowing at all. I poured it and I drank it, and I would pour it again and drink it. But the 18, I would pour it and savor it, and I would put it aside and pour it for friends who I knew would enjoy.
There was a
Whereas the other, I would just blip, blip, guzzle.
There was a Bunnahabhain tasting with Mike, and one of them, and I can't remember which one it was, but it was like burnt ends, bacon bits. It tasted like smoked barbecued meat, and it was
I remember.
Excellent.
Yeah. I remember that.
Now I can't find a
remember
bottle
it.
because I don't remember what the name of it was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Have you guys had I've seen the Adelphi. It's like it's really expensive, like $220 or something. It's a Bunnahabhain, maybe 10-year or 11-year, and it's like
the dark
super,
one,
super dark.
Yeah.
Like, if you guys had that, like, is that worth?
No, I haven't had that particular one. I find Adelphi is very, very expensive, and it doesn't always represent what you pour. It more represents rarity of cask choice. And if you're into Bunna and you have the budget for something like that, give it a go. It's likely a younger one. Is it?
Yeah, I think it's 10. Yeah,
10,
it's a 2000 and I can't remember, 2009 maybe, bottled in 2019. I can't remember.
So what you're going to find with those young sherries is a very different style of sherry quite often. It doesn't have that brashness like throughout the entirety of the mouth. Usually it's right on the tip and dissipates a little quicker. And that's what I've come to find with these 10-year-old. Ecuador is kind of famous for it. Delicious, delicious stuff. But
the cola ones.
Yeah, it's hard to justify that price, man. Not just because it's a young whiskey. It's just because there's some other things that I think would surpass that style, and you can probably buy two of something. But if it's in your budget, I would give it a go just to see, and then you can kind of weigh your decision on those young sherry casks. I mean, Ecuador has straight from the casks, which are cask strength, delicious stuff, but it's a little tiny bit. It dissipates a little too quick for me. The finish isn't quite there. I prefer it to be a little older.
Yeah,
generally.
Okay.
But I don't know if that makes sense. It's a weird kind of softer type of feel about sherry.
Okay. Yeah, I really like. I only have two 18-year-olds in my collection, like actual bottles, and those are like the oldest ones that I have. Like the Whiskey Drop has this cool subscription thing, and you just leave it in their hands. I pay $180 a month, and I get one bottle from them each month. And one was the Bal Blair 18, and the other was a Dalloween 18-year-old first editions,
Nice.
which are both are amazing.
Yeah.
But it sort of takes a little bit of getting used to for me because I've have 10-year, 12-year, 15-year-old stuff. And it's more kind of spirit driven, whereas the older stuff is more cast driven. So it's sort of it's sort of it's challenging my palate a lot. But it's very different. Like, it's true. Yeah.
So I always recommend for someone who's a little newer to maybe dance around those cheaper bottles for now, and then hone in, like get that palate kind of where you're confident in choosing your own. The boys from Whiskey Drop, friends of the Whiskey Heathens, we used to host our secret blind tastings in their old warehouse. And I have no problem leaving the decision up to the boys to pick for me, but I'm at the point now where I don't want someone to pick for me. I want to pick what I want to explore. And if someone wants to say, hey, try this, yeah, pour me a sample. I'll pour you a sample, something we can trade. Absolutely. So early when you're developing your palate, dance around those cheaper, like the Kobanak and the Toysta. So maybe it's a good idea to actually do that because, again, you're paying $180 a month and it's challenging you, which is good. But I found when I was young in my whiskey journey, I sometimes would underappreciate that challenge. So in turn, I would underappreciate the whiskey. And when I revisit it years later, I'm like, oh shit, like how did I miss all this? You know,
it's happened to me a few times already too.
Yeah. So that's a tough thing, man. When you're challenged like that, it's fun to be challenged. But I find sometimes, not so much these days, but at a point for sure, a challenge to me was almost like, shit, how do I feel about spending my money on something that I don't understand?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It was a tough decision for me. No, I totally hear you. And it was sort of like a tough decision for me to go down that route because I'm a little bit like forecasters and web developers are like super control freaks. So it was a little hard to let go of that control. But I buy other bottles during the month. And that's where I kind of really explore things that I like or lines that I like.
Cool. Good.
Yeah, you know. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much of the time here. I've gone on long enough, but
so I have another question for you.
Yeah,
the bottles that you have on your subscription, you've been challenged, but have you enjoyed? Like, is it something you're like, hell yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this?
Oh yeah. Like I when I was looking at their examples from that particular subscription tier, there were a number of independent bottlers, independent bottlings like Old Malt Cask, First Editions, you know, you name it, right? They had a couple of Adelphis, and I'm totally new to independent bottlings, and I just had no idea where to start, like zero. So I sort of put the trust in them to kind of get some stuff. So that's kind of like where so I started getting into independent bottlings like that Delwyn 18 year was just phenomenal. Like it just totally expanded my horizons. And so I'm like on an independent bottling.
That's what it's all about, man, right there.
Yeah.
Right. Here's a whiskey that's like, oh shit, there's a tipping point. Now I need to explore a whole bunch of this because of this whiskey.
Exactly. And then like Travis, like that's when the latest Carnmore stuff started coming out. So you know, I saw that you'd put the Mortlach, the last Mortlach release is one of your co-whiskeys of the year. So I'm like, I definitely want to get the new one, which I did. That was
that's that youthful sherry, but it's paired perfectly with an old Mortlach style, man. And oh God, I just enjoyed that so much.
I was disappointed. I knew that Ralphie, who I watched less and less, much less than I used to, he just trashed the latest Mortlach.
The latest one, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I was just like,
Go ahead.
No, I would, but you know what? I knew he was going to give that a low mark because it is quite heavily sherried, and he's just not a sherry monster kind of guy.
Okay,
and I knew he wasn't going to like it.
Give me that, man. Give me that abrasive sherry.
Oh, I loved it. But anyway, those are great questions. I appreciate. I really appreciate this discussion and allowing to have me on. And I love your channel.
No, there's no allowing. We appreciate you agreeing to come on, man. Like I said, it's super fun to put a face to the name and a voice to the face. And man, we're a community, and it's really fun to meet everybody, even though it's through fucking the internet. But soon enough, we can share a dram together, and I just can't wait. Like Chelsea said, I just can't wait for that day.
You said you stopped watching Ralphie as much. What's your favorite whiskey YouTube channel?
Yeah, who do you watch a lot of?
Okay, so I watch you guys every week. Lost in Dramslation every week. The Dramfine podcast, Pamela and I can't remember
Chelsea.
Chelsea, yeah, thank you. But for YouTube channels, like there's a couple in England that I really, really love. One of them is called Whiskey Wednesday, and it's this guy Phil, and he's just they're short little excerpts, and they're not just sort of like these unicorn bottles. They're very sort of easily accessible bottles. He's just very methodical. He's just got a really good style. Another one I like watching a lot is Swedish Whiskey Girl. She's Swedish, but she lives in Glasgow or Edinburgh. I can't remember. She used to work for SMWS.
Okay.
And her stuff is just like, you're getting you're getting a different perspective. What else do I like watching? I'll watch Rob and Jeremy, like Whiskey and the Six and Sipper Social Club.
Yeah, I don't know Jeremy so much. I've known Rob for many years now.
Yeah.
We did a live with the boys where we drank Springbank 17. I mostly shit all over it. It's grown on me. It has. Really? As it's been open, it's really grown on me a lot.
For rum cask.
Yeah, well, the rum influence is there. It's not all rum, but it's a lot in there, man. You know that, right? It's pretty heavy on the rum, and I have like this much left, so it has grown on me. It's been a couple months since I drank it all. So
another local YouTube channel that I don't think enough people know about is John at the Whiskey Neighbor YouTube channel. He is from St. Albert, I think. And he's been going for about 4 years. He has about 2 episodes every week, and he's an older guy, but his delivery again is like very methodical. It's very thoughtful. It's really all the bottles he has are available in our area. So
that's relatable, right?
Yeah, I did some. That was my first sample swap ever. That was late last year, and he's just a super nice guy. Like people, So
that's good to hear.
Yeah, definitely check out the Whiskey Neighbor. He is really cool. It's just good quality content. Just like what you guys have and everyone else. And it's just like I really enjoy what. So those are sort of like my 3 kind of go-tos, and then I've got lots of others. I mean, obviously, like
one of the main reasons I ask, and with all that being said, I mean, you watch ours, you watch a bunch of other stuff. You've made some good points of what it is you like. What is it you think, just as a personal thing for me, editing and when we're choosing what to do? What do you think we could do to improve our episodes and our channel?
Oh, I don't know. Like,
what would you like to see more of, basically? Like, I like doing relatable stuff. I mean, this week we obviously did a bottle that you can't buy. So, I mean, it's fun for us. Hopefully it introduces people to another distillery. But other than that, like, we try to do accessible things as well. So what is it you'd like to see more of, maybe?
I would definitely like to see more kind of accessible bottles. Like, some of the stuff you have is it's just amazing. Like, I look at your cabinet in the background. I don't know whose house that's being shot at. Is that yours, Josh? Or that's your.
That's my kitchen.
It's just like it's pretty unbelievable. Like, the sample tree is pretty.
Fucking sample tree, man. I hope someday you're in Fort Mac. I tell everybody, like, if you're ever 5 hours into the fucking Arctic wilderness, please stop by the headquarters and let us pour you something ridiculous. Maybe worst case scenario, we could have a conversation about whiskey for a couple hours. You know what I mean?
Oh, how terrible!
Yeah.
Who wants to
I
do
would
that?
say, seriously, like, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, you guys are just like super, super honest about what you like and what you don't like. And that's good. Like, it just keep it honest. Like, that's all that I would say.
Now, I don't want to put you on the spot here,
Yes, he does.
but may I ask why you're deciding to watch less of certain well-known channels?
Oh yeah, okay. So I've got a good answer for that. So Ralphie is an entry to a lot of people, I think, when you're getting into whiskey.
One of my first was Ralphie and horse looning.
Yeah. Oh, I love horse looting. Man,
I
you
love
should
horse
see his
looting.
Craig Alecky. His latest one is a Craig Alecky 17 year, and I have never seen him so happy. Makes me want to drop
that guy.
$230 for that bottle.
And he's like, oh,
I love it though.
oh.
Yeah, and like him and his son Ben when they get together. Like I
didn't mean to cut you off there either. I get too excited.
No. But the thing with Ralphie is that he is quite old school, and his opinions on non-age stated whiskeys, as we know, is very, very strong.
Sure.
And some of one of my favorite non-age stated whiskeys, it's very expensive for what it is, but the Lefroy Glore is just amazing. It's one of my top bottles.
I enjoy it quite a bit.
He said that's one of his favorite NAS whiskeys. Like he did one episode where he had like the Aaron Quarter Cask, Lefroy Glore, the Long Row, and something else. I can't remember. But he's just very, very strongly opinionated. And so so that's all I did. I just bought age-stated official bottlings.
Because our Lord and Savior, Ralphie, told us to, and that's what we did. That's what I did as well for quite some time.
And to be fair to him, he always says that it's just his opinion. And I just found that my opinion diverged from his, and I was able to sort of find different channels where there's a different opinion on non-age statement whiskeys or on different ABVs and so forth. So it's sort of like integrating his stuff with other podcasts and YouTube channels that I follow. And so just getting my information from different sources allows me to have sort of like a wider range of opinions being absorbed. So
absolutely, we're all influenced by each other, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So
that's partly where our non-chill filter natural color came from. We're not saying we're not going to drink whiskey because it's chill filtered. We just want to know.
We just prefer its natural state.
Just tell us so we can judge accordingly. Right?
Exactly. And I agree that he is definitely an ambassador for transparency, and that's becoming a lot more important now because there's just so many more people drinking whiskey. So I appreciate that, but he's just sometimes a little bit too old and grumpy. Like I'm 45, I'm getting old, and he's just reminding me what I'm going to be like in like 10 years. Anyway,
makes sense, man. I understand that. I went to Ralphie for information, and I was heavily influenced by what he told me. Mm-hmm. And I would purchase things that he said purchase. And now I'm like, there are more opinions out there that are more on par with my beliefs.
Yeah, totally.
So I feel that.
Yeah, totally.
I feel that.
Totally. All righty.
So with all that, Paul, just want to say thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah.
And I hope you had fun. We had fun. And
super fun.
It's nice to, like we said, put a name to the face.
Cheers, dog.
Cheers, boy.
Cheers, Paul.
Hopefully do this again soon.
Oh, for sure. Take care.
See ya.
Well, that was super fun.
And informative. I learned some things.
Yep, me too. That was very exciting. Very exciting indeed. And we also have another friend of ours in the lobby.
He's waiting. He's been waiting patiently.
Yep.
And I think we'll bring him on. We'll throw this back up here. This is the link. So if anybody else wants to join us tonight, It's up there. You just click on that. You can use your phone. You can use webcam. As long as the audio is good, that's what really comes down to. But
because we will kick you the fuck out.
Yeah.
But we love you.
So speaking of terrible audio, this next gentleman that's coming on, we filmed a bunch of awesome episodes with him, and the audio just kind of sucked. But I have downloaded a new attachment to my Premiere Pro editing software that I think can clean it up.
Hope so.
So we will be having his awesome episodes coming soon.
We met with him as he was camping.
Yeah.
And we brought like professional lights and video equipment and sound equipment and set it up in the fucking campground. And we had an absolute blast. We had so much fun that we forgot to pour one of the whiskeys.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had so much fun. And his name is actually on a box.
Well, we'll let him tell you about that.
So it's on the box. It's written there with his signature.
So without further ado, the fabulous Steve Schmutz. Here he is.
Boom. Comes in with a drum to the mustache.
Oh, no, you can finish your drink. It's all good.
No, does it sound okay, Ty? Can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah, you're good, man.
Oh,
Okay.
that's the sweet spot right there.
I thought you were kicking me off as fast as I came on.
No. We'll give you a brief warning before we kick you the fuck off.
I mean, you're.
I can't help but notice all the Bunnahabhain in the
that's what
background.
I was going to say. I want to make him the main one here.
How do we do that?
There. We'll
There we
just
go.
put Steve up.
Look
Look
at
at
that.
all these Bunnahabhain bottles you've got in the background.
Oh, yeah. This guy likes Bunnahabhain. So,
What's he got
Steve,
there?
why don't you tell us who the fuck you are and why the fuck there's so many Bunnahabhain behind you?
Well, when I first met Josh at Banff, it was a kind of the same thing. I had the VIP pass, first whiskey festival I ever been to. Walked in the
Picked a good
doorway, took a left, and the first table there was Mike's.
Beautiful.
So the first scotch I ever had in my life was a Buna 25
And it was at the Banff.
at the Banff Whiskey.
That's where you
I've
decided
only
to
drank
go to
scotch.
the experience,
yes.
and that was your first time drinking scotch.
Wow.
Crazy.
Super cool, man.
Yeah.
That is super cool. And how did you feel about that Buna 25?
Oh, I loved it. Where is it?
Oh, he's got Buna 25. Oh, he's got it. He looks like he's in some kind of whiskey room as
It's in
well.
a bunker.
Oh, there it is. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful whiskey, man. Got the little scroll thing on the inside there. Yeah, super fun whiskey. There it is. Look at that. It's a great presentation, and it's so delicious.
Yeah, I think they spent just as much on the case as they did on everything else.
Probably. That's something I like about Glenfarclas. They do not fuck with the bottles. They keep it as cheap as possible because packaging doesn't affect flavor. But I think sometimes maybe it does because packaging affects your perception, right?
Oh, yeah.
Chelsea likes your whiskey bunker there, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
When I
That
first
is a bunker.
started, it was, what's that pretty label?
Yep. I'm attracted to labels.
I still am.
Yep. That's your first experience, man, is the visual aspect. So that label, if it draws me in, I'm more inclined to potentially snatch that up, right? I like a nice clean label just as much as I like a vibrant and intense label.
Yeah.
Like the
sometimes the
tag
simple
from
ones
Ballot
are-
Mallet is in a black bottle. It's an artist rendition on the back. It's completely beautiful. But I also enjoy just clean cut, man. That's nice too, right?
It is.
Like the Clonmacragan.
simple.
That's a beautiful, simple label, right? But yeah, Steve, would you say Bunnahabhain, the 25, would that be your favorite Bunnahabhain?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
Um,
No doubt because it's delicious, but you have a very special attachment to that, as I do. Mike poured it for me the first time I ever met Mike.
the
and,
French brandy's a
Oh,
real nice one too, but
yeah, that's a gooder, man. That's so good. It's a nice, vibrant kind of feel to that French brandy, eh?
Yeah.
So what are you drinking tonight?
earlier I was drinking 12, But now
So
I've
what do you
moved
think
on
about
to
the
the
12?
18.
You're on the 18 now?
The 18 now, yeah.
Oh, good choice. Tell us your thoughts about the 12.
The 12?
Yep.
That's pretty much a daily drinker. I like that one. Little bit of
Yep.
salt, nutty.
Nutty for sure.
Yeah, it's
And that's salt, man. That's very attractive to me.
it's kind of more of a medium. I'd call it a medium weight whiskey. I
I would
wouldn't
agree.
call it light or heavy, but it's got a bold flavor for it.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And how about the 18?
I find the 18 just add a little bit of sherry to the 12 and smooth it out.
So a little more refined, eh?
A little more refined than the 12, a little more sherry. Or
Yep.
a lot more sherry. Yeah.
That brash sherry.
Quick cheers to Gene. He's out. 5 Point Dram. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers,
Catch you
dog.
next time, buddy. Oh. So yeah, like we were saying, all those Bunnahabhains in the back. Were you asking earlier in the chat if I was still looking for that Chabnak?
Kobanach.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know. I don't think
I don't
anybody knows.
I call it
Like
Cedar
those.
Block.
And you have that. That's the one you have there, eh?
I got one and a couple in the bunker.
Is it within reach?
That one?
Yeah. Can you just show us? Because we've been talking about this all night. I don't have one here. But this is the one that we're talking about there, folks.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep. And they have different batch releases of that.
Nah, this one I don't know. This is the last batch.
Okay, cool.
It's discontinued now, so
Gone.
yeah.
And you have a couple in the bunker too.
Yeah.
So is Bunnahabhain the most that you have in your collection? Because that's a lot of Bunna I see.
It seems like it.
And you're in a whiskey bunker and you're talking about a bunker. So there's a secret bunker too.
Yeah, Bunna's.
Bunna's pretty prevalent.
Yeah. I was
And
going
that's
to say,
okay.
there to Fintree's quite a bit too, but
Laird of Fintry. I remember their release, just after the fire. And I was unimpressed, but you sent me one that I rather enjoyed immensely.
at the cast strength there.
Cask strength, yep. That I liked way more than the bottle I had from, I think, 2016, perhaps.
Yeah, a few people I've talked to said they've started off kind of iffy, but I've given them samples or a taste of the newer stuff, and they've actually said they like it.
Oh, that cask strength, yeah, that did it for me, man. Yep. And how far is that distillery from you?
The one in Vernon, about an hour and a half.
Okay, so it's something that you regularly purchase, regularly consume?
Once a year.
Okay,
I go
cool.
get at
When they
least a
release.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you're a member of their website, correct? Or their club?
Well, it's really handy because when I go to BC, the most I go to BC for is to go to Vernon in Kelowna. That's where I got family and friends there. So hopefully I make it out there again this year, and maybe we pop in there.
Yeah,
Nice.
maybe we could come and crash your stash.
Yeah.
We crashed your campsite stash.
Yeah.
So maybe it's time to crash your home bunker.
Yeah, like I was saying just before you came on, I've got a new editing audio software plugin. I'm going to try and fix up what we did. So hopefully we can drop those soon because they were some of the best. They were fun as hell.
So fun, yeah. So fun. I remember the sunset that day, man. It was like turning pink on the horizon. We're smoking stogies and drinking righteous drams around campfire. Man.
Was it the campfire noise that screwed it up, Ty?
I don't know what it was. It was a bunch of different things. It was not being inside a building for one.
Yeah.
Sound dampeners. It just
The vast openness.
yeah. So
Yeah.
we're turning it up. We're not as professional then as we are now.
Yeah, that canasta Sean was talking about was pretty nice too.
The
When we did that
30-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I've had that. I've had the, 46-year-old?
Oh, you did the tasting after.
That was good.
Yeah.
That
The
was
30
very
was really
good.
nice, but price wise,
Yeah. Well, the 46 is
buy a whole bunch of
$12,000.
That's a little bit.
Yeah. I don't have $12,000 for a bottle of whiskey.
Not at this time. Not yet, anyway. What is happening? That's you?
I don't know
Okay.
what that is.
Hmm.
Oh, Lord.
You all right?
Yep.
Going down for real? What?
I don't know, man.
All right.
I just had a bunch of work emails. I'm like, oh, God, this is not a good time.
Yeah, don't get called into work early morning now.
No, my phone goes on airplane mode every night.
Smart.
You got to
probably got more of
get hold
these
of
than
me.
Bunnahabhain.
Oh, what's that?
I probably got more of that than Bunnahabhain.
Yeah? Why is that, though? Why do you have so many bottles of those?
You gotta when
Oh,
your
there it is.
name's on
Look
the
at
back.
that. Steven, his name is on the back. Look at that. So tell us, how in the fuck did you get your name on the back? What happened there?
Oh, 40 Creek put out a contest. When was that? Beginning of 2018, I believe. Maybe even late 2017. Just a thing on Facebook. Tell us about your first experience. So I just filled something out. And then a couple months later, I get a thing saying I was a finalist.
Wow.
And I thought it was kind of maybe a scam because nobody wins those Facebook things, right?
Someone's got to win them.
Yeah, I never heard of anyone winning one.
Turns
So-
out this time it was you.
It was, but I ended up calling Toronto to the distillery to make sure they were running a contest because they started asking for more personal stuff.
Yep, smart move, man.
Then they ended up flying 5 of us out there and treated us like a rock star for the weekend, and we got to help pick the blend.
Okay, that's super cool. And the blend that you all agreed on is the 40 Creek Unity, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why your name's on the back, because you were part of the team that picked the blend that they used for that bottle.
Yeah.
Very cool. And we had it. We drank it around the campfire, didn't we?
We did, and it was wonderful.
It was wonderful, yeah.
It helps that you're in good company, too.
That's
That always
true.
contributes.
Always makes whiskey better.
Whiskey tastes better with good company. And as I always say, whiskey tastes better when it's poured for charity. And Sean was telling us about charity. And hopefully we're going to bring Sean on as well a little later when he's talking about the 18 versus the 25.
Well, Chelsea's here, and she was the one that had something to do with that. I was hoping she would join us as well, perhaps.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Chelsea.
Maybe.
Chelsea
If she's still here.
Carnage.
Maybe she left. I don't know.
Oh, man. We had a good time drinking some rare beauties that night.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. What was the other one? Was it Macaloni's that we were drinking?
Yeah, I brought that Bunnahabhain, how do you say it, Koila?
Which one?
The Bunnahabhain and Koila, or Kyla?
Oh, Kolila.
Kolila mix. That blend they did.
Oh, we probably liked it.
Probably.
But we forgot to open the one I did bring for us to open.
Yeah, we forgot one. That's what I was saying earlier. What'd we forget? Oh, Black Arts. Which one's that? 5.1.
I think it's a 6.1.
Oh, get your glasses. I
Yeah.
feel that. Mine's lost.
Nope, 5.1.
Yeah, I recognize the bottle. That is a fucking righteous dram.
Can't find anything below 9 right now.
I remember the 2 used to be in Fort Mac here at Solo Liquor.
Of course it was.
Dan bought them all, I think.
Of course he did. Oh. I had something else to say, and I completely fucking forgot. Oh,
Gone.
yeah.
That's because I get too excited and
I
keep
remember what it was.
interrupting.
I know what it was. That Macaloni's we were talking about there in the news recently, and I found out about that from you, I believe.
Yeah, I think I did a post on it laughing.
Yeah, what's because I haven't done any research. What's the latest on that? What's going on?
I haven't heard anything else on it. You know, the only thing I've heard is in 2016, they sent everything that was going to be on their labels to the Scotch Association or whatever it is. And they didn't have an issue with it then, but once they started winning awards, now they got an issue with it.
Yeah. Fuck them.
See, in a lot of cases, I'm on the Scotch Association's side.
Are you on this one?
I'm stuck in between. I don't have enough information.
So if I remember, and Steve can correct me, they're challenging his name, which is his fucking name, Macaloni's. They're challenging the name. They're challenging Island single malt whiskey because apparently Scotland is the only island.
Okay, I don't agree with that.
And they're challenging. He called it Caledonia, which British Columbia used to be referred to as New Caledonia.
I don't agree with that either.
So you don't agree with them at all because those are the three things they're challenging.
I don't agree with that. If it was the fact that they had Scotch on the label,
He does not.
There is no Scotch on that bottle.
so that's originally what I heard.
No.
And Sean and I was
on
having a
that one I brought
conversation.
out, the Bunnahabhain Kalila mix, it does say Scotch on there, but there is
But
an
that's
issue.
not the one they're
It was
challenging.
bottled in BC. It wasn't bottled in Scotland.
Right, so it's not Scotch. It may have came from
Those
a
aren't the
Scottish
terms.
distillery.
Yeah, and it's not that bottle that they're challenging the label
See,
on.
that's the one that I would be like, I'm on your side, folks. But the other shit, I'm not, man. No. And Sean and I had a conversation briefly while I was at work. So I didn't have time to read any of the excerpts. And I was like, hey, if they're saying Scotch, man, fuck them. Like, fuck off. Don't say Scotch.
But
They're not.
one of the other
But that's not the issue. So I can't agree with them.
one of the other terms they were disputing was the name of the valley. What is it again?
Glenn.
Glen, because it's Glen Invermere whiskey or something like that, right? The Invermere Valley. So
See, here's where it gets
Okay.
touchy for me because
They did that with Glenn Breton too.
yeah, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Glenn Breton, man, fuck you. Why, right? But then I got to understand, okay. If that's the name of what you're called and it's predominantly Scotch part or Scottish part, fine. Glen is just a word meaning valley.
Mhm.
But if you're using it maliciously, then fuck you, right?
and the thing with
You're
the Canadian and a lot of the American too, there's so much Irish and Scottish in it. You know, how many areas can you go in Alberta that got Scottish roots for names?
Yeah.
You know? But
There you go. That answers some of my questions. It's definitely a story I want to follow. I'd like to see how that plays out in court. But yeah. Anyway, I learned that from you, and thank you for that.
Yeah, dog. Do we still have the link up too? I don't know if anyone else is joining us
We
tonight.
can do that. We can throw it right back up. Chelsea said she's camera shy. So
She
won't be
is
joining us.
camera shy. Me too.
Are you?
No.
Me as well. I mean, this is. This
I speak in front of crowds every single day for a living, so it doesn't bother me at all.
I used to do it on stage, which not so much anymore.
Yeah, I mean, stand-up comedy is tough, man.
Nah,
A couple people were like, "You should try stand-up comedy," and I'm like, "My stories are 15 minutes.
that is a problem.
Nobody wants to fucking hear me tell a story for 15 minutes."
Maybe they do, but that'd be more of a long form slam poetry type thing. Oh,
Slam poetry. Sean's back in our lobby. He's probably going to be drinking 18 and 25. I see him floating, as are we.
I'll let you get to him. I got to get to bed pretty soon anyways.
Yeah, Steve.
Well, thanks for
Like
joining
you
us.
guys,
Thanks
I
so
gotta
much for
work
joining.
tomorrow.
Oh, gross. Hopefully you're getting overtime.
Yeah, I get about 32 hours when I work on a staff.
Okay.
So
That's intense.
it's hard to turn them
Today was
down.
a double time day for me.
Do it. Do it.
All right, Steve, thanks again, buddy. We appreciate you.
We'll see you
We'll
guys
talk
in
to you later.
later.
Cheers, homie. Always a pleasure, man. Hopefully we'll get to see you soon.
And we'll get that episode out soon, too, when I get that edited. Oh, where'd my drink go? There it is. Well,
Steve's gone. We have Sean and we have Chelsea Carnage in the lobby.
camera shy Chelsea.
So Chelsea's joining us. That's exciting. Sean, we're going to see what he has to say about the 18 versus 25. We'll be brief and then we'll kick Sean the fuck out of here. And everybody's like super excited, wondering who the fuck is Chelsea Carnage. So that's pretty exciting too. So shall we bring Sean in?
we shall.
Sean, I hope you're drinking the 18 and the 25. I've seen you waving glasses around. Let's bring them on in.
Bam, there he is.
I'm frozen on my side.
Oh,
No,
you're perfect
You're
here.
here. Yeah.
You're
Oh,
looking
okay, well,
good.
whatever.
You're sounding good, man.
All right,
Fuck your
sweet.
side. That's not what matters.
Yep. Oh yeah, this is perfect, buddy.
I can't see myself, can't see you guys, whatever.
Oh man, you're looking good, Sean. God
Yeah,
damn.
I'm loving the perv stash. I wish I could pull it off.
Great stash.
I can't.
Great hat. Great shirt. God damn. Great whiskey.
Speaking of tomorrow, I actually get paid 12 hours to be at home and drink whiskey and hang out with my kids.
You know what? That is exciting. I get paid for 8.3 hours tomorrow.
Oh.
Yep. So Sean, have you
18.
tasted?
Yes.
Or are you
I've already
nosing?
done- No, I've done both.
So you've done both. You clearly have a conclusion. And
Yes.
we're hoping that you're going to give us a little bit of a rundown on each and a
Yes.
comparison.
The nose on the 25 is better than the 18,
Okay.
first off. However, to me, and I have no sentimental value attached to either of these, the 18 still just slightly edges it out on the taste.
Okay, cool. And
Yeah.
perhaps because of that punchy sherry.
Yeah, I like that. Like, to me, that Edredor straight from the cask that you were talking about, like, that was almost my whiskey of the year.
Cool.
So, like, I love that young in-your-face sherry. I mean, neither of these are like that at all, but the 18 to me just, I don't know, it does it for me.
It's a little more perhaps challenging, I find.
Yeah, I can
Whereas
see
the 25 is definitely more refined. And to me, malt and salt.
Yes, the salt
Right.
heavy for sure.
Yeah.
Like, to me, the 25 is something you're going to sit beside the fire, pour, up to here, and
Yes, a full
Sit
bulb.
with- full bulb deep.
Bulb
And then-
deep. Hashtag bulb deep.
The 18 I can pour and go watch Grey's Anatomy with my wife, and it does perfectly fine. Whereas
Oh,
the 25,
great.
the
You
25,
had to bring up George O'Malley.
No,
Well-
we don't need to do this again. Why do we always fucking mention this jackass? Fucking idiot can't look both ways before crossing the street. Fuck him.
Oh, Ty, please.
I haven't even watched the show. I only ever hear about it from this guy.
This is a serious talk show.
Fucking Grey's Anatomy #1 fan over here.
I miss
My
George
wife waiting-
O'Malley.
my
Spoiler
wife waiting-
alert. He shows up.
my wife is waiting for me right now to go watch tonight's episode.
Oh, so she's mad at us.
Oh, shit. My
No.
wife's probably waiting.
But tonight's episode, is that show still going?
Yeah. So that's season like 17 or something.
Fuck, I broke up with
Yeah.
a woman like 12 years ago that was her favorite show. I thought it was done.
Ty,
It's the-
I don't appreciate that.
It's the
One
new
of the
Young and
greatest
Restless.
hospital dramas.
I
of our
disagree.
time.
I'm watching one of the greatest hospital dramas ever right now. I'm binging it since it came on Disney. It's called MASH. It was made in 1972, and it's excellent.
Good times, man.
Yeah.
That used to be on my TV as I went to sleep when I was a kid, man. Yeah. One of those guys used to smoke cigars all the time.
Henry Blake, the original. Yeah, I'm all into this show now. I mean, I've been binging it. That show
Uh-oh.
still holds up. I'm a fucking finish it. I have it on DVD,
I love that
but
tall
now that
guy,
it's on
man.
Disney, it's easy.
What's his name there?
The main character is Benjamin Franklin Pierce, also known as Hawkeye, played by Alan Alda.
Love it.
He's fantastic. And then there was Trapper John, and then he left, and then it was replaced by Honeycutt. And yeah, good show. Anyway, fuck
Yeah.
Grey's Anatomy. That's the point.
Speaking of Seinfeld, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So funny enough, my dad, his favorite show is MASH. So I grew up living on that. And he lives in the same place as Steve. So when I can go visit my dad, whenever that is, I will be popping in and jamming out with Steve as well.
Nice. Hot Lips Houlihan.
And Frank Burns, who I consider to be one of the most distasteful characters of television. I've never wanted to punch a man more for a person that doesn't actually exist. Fuck Frank Burns. He should have died in a bus accident.
Wow. You know, I agree, and I don't even know him, and he sounds like an asshole.
He is.
Fuck that guy.
He's a piece of shit rat fink, as
And
he's
you
called
too.
many times.
And they took George O'Malley from us.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry I got so heated there. I'm very passionate about MASH right now.
Oh boy.
Sean's back. Can't you guys afford to pay more for guests?
Well, I don't see Edmonton Scotch Club in our fucking lobby, so no.
Yeah, Edmonton Scotch Club.
I do.
We
it for
also
free.
started this new thing on YouTube where people who we mention in the video, we put a link in the description to their social media as another grand gesture, if you would, to try to connect the people to the accounts that we talk about. So when we say Sean told me this, we'll say mentioned in this video, Sean, here's his link. We talk about Travis and Steve quite often as well, because these are our buddies who we chat with on a daily basis. So I think that's super fun as well, is letting people see who's who, man. So thanks again for coming on here, Sean. Super fun.
No, I mean, anytime you guys post anything, a preview coming up, or just the flash, the thumbnail, whatever it's called, like, I'll post that. I mean, I want to get as many people
it's
going to your.
appreciated, man. It's appreciated.
Yeah, fun fact, you are the most mentioned person in our show, actually.
Yeah.
You're mentioned in more episodes than anybody else.
Yep.
Weird.
True, man.
It is
Weird.
We're gonna do a special episode. Welcome to the Sean Kincaid Magical Hour.
Yeah. Welcome to the Sean Kincaid Information Extravaganza.
The best is when I'm like watching them at work on my work computer, and then you say my name and everybody just kind of turns and looks at me. I'm like, yeah, that's me.
That's me. Fuck yeah.
Like, that's me again. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been, I've been, I don't know, kind of stagnant a little bit on Instagram here lately. It's
Me
been
too.
hard to find my groove. Engagement has dropped drastically, and I don't know. It's a little bit hard to get inspired. And now I find myself just really looking forward to Sundays or Thursdays or whatever. Right?
Whenever we do lives, these are the
Yeah.
most fun. This is the best part of my week besides sleeping next to my girlfriend.
Well, it's weird. Like, I follow a few people that are, they manage Instagram and social media for other companies. And they said that Instagram changed the algorithm like a month ago,
Yeah.
maybe. And now
It's been bad.
Yeah, it's like they reversed what it was before. So comments and likes are now the two least influenced for engagement. And now it's all about those little like tabs where you can save a video. Like, who
Save,
gives a
yeah.
fuck that shit.
Yeah, fuck that
Like,
shit, man.
I don't save anything. Like,
Me either.
I don't save money. I don't save whiskey. I
No.
don't save anything. Fuck it. I'm
No.
not saving your picture. I'm not going to save my own picture. Like,
Nope.
fuck
Just
off.
save lives.
I accidentally stumbled onto my saved post, and it was like the most random shit I've ever seen. And it's my fat finger when I'm scrolling
Me too.
along, accidentally hitting. And I'm like, save? What do you fucking mean? Fuck off. Scroll on, right?
Like,
I've
For
got
instance, like-
banned for 24 hours for liking too many of my friends' photos. Yeah. And then I started commenting about Naked Grouse, and they were like, this goes against our community standards, and we're removing you, you fucking piece of shit. What are you doing?
for saying the word naked.
Naked Grouse. And
Yeah.
they were like, you can't say naked on the internet, you fool.
Dare you?
Right?
they'll let people post cops shooting people, and that video gets shared every second, and that's totally fine.
It's weird, man.
Talking
I
about a
just
whiskey.
Yeah, I just like talking about whiskey and drinking whiskey and seeing what people like about the whiskey I like and what they hate about the whiskey I love. That's always
Yeah.
fun too, having a drastic contrast in opinion. It's fun,
Oh,
right, to discuss
I mean-
what you do and don't like.
The past month showed that for me. I mean, I did 31 days of Irish whiskey, and man, some of the comments I got, there was comments that people wouldn't even post. They would send them direct message to me, and I'm like, just post it. Like, I'll
Yeah.
converse with you on the post. Like, I don't care.
Yeah,
Like,
me
well,
too. Man.
my opinion's a little strong. I'm like, that's the point of me doing this, is to get people to talk about Irish whiskey. And yeah, so
Hell yeah, man. So before we kick you the fuck out of here, Sean, Can you do a quick segment of what grinds my malt? Is there anything that's irking you right now?
I mean, it's a cop out because I don't really have one, but
Oh yeah,
Um,
give it to us raw, man.
Give it to me,
um,
Bruno.
so there's a few new products that have hit the shelves in Alberta, and it's the first time that they've come to Canada. And some of the stores, I get it from the rep's point of view. They want to get these products into stores that will ship across Canada. Whatever, that makes perfect business sense. I'll never tell a man how to run his business. But they've agreed upon prices with these stores. And then the stores turn around and mark it up 20 extra dollars because they know they're the only place in Canada that has it. And so these stores are,
So
screwing
we
their
won't mention the name of the store, of course, but you and I have, I would say, conversed fairly extensively on this topic, and it's an unfortunate thing that you're starting to see a lot of. It was a lot before, and it died down a lot, and now it's kind of on the rise again, which is truly unfortunate. Ran into it. Adam J mentioned it earlier in Grand Prairie, where this guy got some stuff and we went and bought a couple bottles, enjoyed it that evening with friends, came back, grabbed another, and on the way leaving went to grab the rest for friends in Fort Mac, and it was gone way up in price.
Well, that Chiobonic that you guys were talking about. So Ben Dram Hunter, he was, he wanted something cool, and I was like, well, the store in Spruce Grove has it for $100. Like, it might be 95 somewhere else, but it's discontinued. So $100, I'll pay that all day. And he's like, yeah, okay, grab it for me. So I did. And then literally went back 2 days later because I had opened mine and I was like, well, it's discontinued. I might as well bunker one. $190. And I was like, I laughed in the guy's face and I was like, what are you doing? That's the exact same bottle that you guys saw.
It was more when we went there. It was over 200 when I went.
Oh
in there.
my God.
I was literally across the aisle, man, like staring fire daggers into the back of Ty's head. And I was like, look at me. Look at me. Ty's like, huh? I was like,
Don't do it.
No, don't do it. That's crazy, man. That is a shit move, man. That's not cool. I don't like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, stores, like I said, I'm not going to tell somebody how to run their business, but when you sold me a product one day for a price and then 2 days later it's double, like, no.
Yeah,
Sorry. And I'll call them out on it, and I have. And especially the one store we're talking about. We're have a podcast episode coming up with the rep of that product, and he told us on the podcast what the price was going to be, and then they got the product and it was $20 more than the agreed price. So he's like, he messaged me that day that they went on sale and he was livid, and I said, well, call them out on it. Just tell them, like, you have an allotment and an allocation and I'll pull it from you and give it to somebody else, because as a rep, they have the power to do that.
Yeah.
They did adjust the price a little bit, but I mean, whatever.
Okay. Same store in Grand Prairie. He hid a bottle. He took it off the shelf, and I sent a sniper to get it, and he lied and said, not available, sold out. So I sent another secret fucking sniper, and I said, how much is it? And it was $200 more than what I originally paid for the first. He had almost doubled the price, man. And he lied to my other guy because the other guy came there with me and he knew him. And he straight up lied, man. And I was like, fuck you. I'll never go back to your store again as long as I live, man.
Is that the guy that messaged you to tell you that he had a sale going on even though he knew you didn't live there?
Yep.
I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
Calls me up. I walked into the store once and, like, he knew me forever after that, man. Yeah, called me by name and shit, but, like, was trying to rip me and my boys off, and that wasn't cool, man.
No.
Before you get out of here and go enjoy Grey's Anatomy, Sean, I'm going to have to message you probably by the end of the weekend. I'm waiting on an email tomorrow. I've briefly explained to Josh what's going on, but we're going to need you as a guest host for an interview. That's something I think you'd be very, very, very interested in.
Easily done. You just say it,
done.
and I'll be there.
Okay, we'll make it happen.
I mean,
so
preferably not when I'm on night shift, but any other time it's good to go.
I have a feeling from the little bit of conversation I've had with this person's manager, it's going to be pre-recorded. It's not going to be a live, unfortunately.
Hey, well, it is
We
what
got
it
to
is,
work
man.
with their schedule. So,
Perfect.
but yeah,
Done.
you'll dig it. I know you will.
Cool.
Sweet.
So,
And
All right, Sean. Oh,
I just, while we were talking here, I just got a message that our newest episode is now live. So Park Whiskey Society podcast, Lost in Translation at podbean.com. That's the easiest way to find it. It's a conversation with Mr. Ray Daniel, who is the national ambassador for, what is it, the Beam products.
okay.
So he's got a vast number that he reps. So we drank the Knob Creek 9-year single barrel, something like that. While we were talking to him, but yeah, he's a great guy. He's actually Irish, and he reps a bunch of bourbons and a few other brands, Canadian brands.
Cool.
Yeah. No, it was one of the most fun interviews we had. So yeah, it's live now, and we'll be posting about it tomorrow.
yeah, I use Podcast Addict, and 14 minutes ago, there's your latest episode.
Yep.
14
Spotify
minutes.
for me. I found Spotify easy. Someone told me to do it, and I did it.
Perfect.
Well, all
Love
right,
what
sir.
you do, man.
We
Thanks,
appreciate
buddy.
you.
Cheers,
Thanks,
dog.
guys.
Thanks,
Have a good
buddy.
one. I'll
Cheers.
finish this 25.
Do
Oh,
it.
no.
Take it through your nose. There it is, buddy. Cheers, homie. Now, kick Sean the fuck out.
Well, there he was. There was
Gone.
Master Kincaid,
Gone.
the legend himself, Sean, the most highly mentioned person in the Whiskey Heathens World headquarters. It just always happens that way. I don't even know why, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just because he's awesome.
He's a good friend of mine, man. I mean, you talk about people who you talk to a lot. So, and we have Chelsea Carnage in the lobby. And before we bring her in, I perhaps should go grab another cigar.
You should go do that.
Yeah, because I would like to welcome her in.
Okay.
And
You
that's
go
what
grab
she-
another cigar.
Yeah.
I will attempt to entertain the people for the 2 minutes that you're gone.
Yep.
Hopefully this doesn't get really stupid.
That was
I
a
won't
big,
talk
long,
about MASH anymore. I'm
Fat
sorry.
cigar.
if
You
that
should
got
talk
me
about
tired.
MASH while I'm gone.
I'm loving it. Whatever. Fine. I will.
Hell
I'll
yeah.
talk about the episode I just watched where they treated a British soldier for his ingrown toenail, and he paid them with 2 bottles of 8-year-old scotch.
Oh.
And then they were attacked by a sniper, and they dropped the bottles, and the sniper shot the bottles, and they cried.
What a
and
dick.
I get it. Yeah, well,
What
you
kind
know,
of scotch was it?
unknown. They didn't mention any
Oh.
particular brand. But
Too bad.
yeah, you rush off and you top me up before you go. There we go. Yes, boy. Are we interviewing a leprechaun? No, it has absolutely nothing to do with Irish whiskey. I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx it. It's not official yet, but I'm pretty fucking excited for it. Yeah. So I'm going to get off of that topic because, I've been drinking and I don't want to let it slip because that could happen. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, back to Ty's talk on MASH. There was another scene where they went into a bar and he took 2 people with him and he said, "What will you have?" And he says, "I'll have a bourbon." And the other guy says, "I'll also have a bourbon and water." And then Colonel Henry Blake says, "I'll have the same thing as them, except make mine a scotch." And I don't know. I really like that. I couldn't clip that segment to put into one of our episodes because it won't allow you to screen record. Privacy thing with Disney. So thanks, Disney. But I do appreciate them making MASH available to stream. So that's cool. Yeah. All right. Is that enough talk on MASH? Are we done with MASH? Put your pants down and slide on the ice. That's right. Who said that? I forget who it was that said that, but it was when he was leaving. Might have been the last thing he said. Oh no, it was Sydney, the psychiatrist. There you go. Why don't I remember this shit? I have a terrible memory. I can barely remember my significant other's phone number. We've been together 7 years, and it's saved in my phone. I feel like I don't need to remember it, but I'll remember quotes from fucking TV shows I saw years ago. It's a magical thing, the brain. I'm just going to affect it with more and more booze. fucked up because their friends were giving them tea to make them feel better, and it was just making everything. Well, what are we talking about? This was when they are treating the English soldiers who got shot and stuff. Oh yeah. I haven't got there. I'm on season 4. I just remember MASH lasting longer than the actual Korean War. Well, I mean, Ben, there's no need to get sad. You can totally join us in person. It just takes a cell phone. And it's been working out good so far. I mean, every guest that we've had on today has used a cell phone, as far as I know. I think Paul might have used a laptop, but who knows? We'll find out. And then in just a few moments' time, we'll have Chelsea Carnage, a person I'm not familiar with, but Josh knows. And, I'm interested in learning more about her. I've heard great things. So it'll be fun to learn from her. What else? I'm just reading the comments here. What happened? Where'd it go? Disappeared. I used the new bar computer. You got a special computer just for your bar? That's big time, man. I hope to get to that point one day. What else did we miss? Me and my brother went for Halloween as Hawkeye and BJ and got a replica of their dog tags. What? Like custom ordered, or was that something you could buy? Because I'd be down with that. I think Hawkeye might be my spirit animal. It's a definite possibility. Oh man, this cigar is going out. Josh has almost got a new one. I'm going to fire up a Sweet Jane here, a flavored cigar, infused cigar, but it'll be my dessert cigar. Sometimes I have them for breakfast. Your brother Andrew custom ordered. That's pretty cool. I custom ordered a replica of a Soviet doomsday key, the exact keys they used to launch nuclear weapons. I had no purpose for it. I just thought it'd be a super cool key to have on my keychain. And this is back when I had money to, just blow on nothing, but when I was single and homeless. So I was homeless for 2.5 years. I lived in a work camp. Even had to change my address. I lived at 1 Suncor Road. Yeah. Paid off all my student loans and bought a ridiculous amount of stupid shit. Plenty of firearms. I got a custom-made Devil's Cleaver. This is badass cleaver, completely unnecessary. And then I got it tattooed as well. Because, that's the kind of guy I am. Foolish and silly. Oh, I honestly thought that he would grab a cigar and come right back out. I didn't think I'd have to talk by myself this long. And it makes me miss stand-up comedy. I miss being on a stage. And this isn't the same. I don't get as much audience interaction. And that's not really what you guys came here to see anyway. So hopefully when shit is lifted, I'd love to have the Whiskey Heathens sponsor a comedy show that I can at least host, possibly open. I think that'd be fun as hell. The man himself is back, which means we are only seconds away from having Chelsea Carnage join us. What did you grab this time? Is it a Romeo and Juliet?
Yeah.
Nice.
And chocolate. Would you prefer peanut butter or chocolate chip?
Whichever one you don't want. I want peanut butter.
Okay.
All right.
I have no preference when it comes to most things.
Yeah, that's why we're fat. So she's been waiting very patiently. She told us she was camera shy, but she obviously made an exception, and she's decided to join us tonight. So without further ado, a person I know nothing about, but I'm about to learn about, Chelsea Carnage.
I'm so
Here
excited.
She is.
Ooh,
Boom!
Hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Well,
Well,
I'm
tell
using
us.
my phone, so for anybody that's super nervous about using their phone, it works.
It's perfect.
So basically,
Perfect.
who the fuck are you?
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck am I? Well, I was born and raised in Calgary, and I've been in the liquor industry for 14 years. The last 2.5 years, I've actually been working for PMA Canada, so that's why I have a little bit of insider information on Bunnahabhain.
For who? For who? Sorry.
But other than that, Bunnahabhain.
No. Who do you?
Just
Who do you?
Mom.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
PMA. Oh,
PMA.
yeah, PMA
Hell
Canada.
yeah.
So we're a liquor brokerage. And then before that, I actually worked at Eau Claire Distillery. So I've seen you do something recently with Eau Claire,
Mm-hmm.
Thai brand.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do
And
anything
then other than that, I
really.
actually worked
Josh
at
got
Burley
it
Public
as the
Wines and
Cash
Spirits
Club
for
member.
10 years.
Wow. Very
Cash
cool.
Club member, still works. So I am stuck in isolation until the 10th of April, and my good friend just delivered my groceries for me, and she left me a little Easter present in my groceries. And my good friend is the master distiller for Eau Claire Distillery. So I
Oh,
have
is that
some.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Very exciting. Caitlin
Yeah.
just drops you off a care package. That's the most exciting thing I've heard all night. Like,
You know what? It's awesome. About a month ago, well, I guess, yeah, well, like a month and a half ago, we actually did a gin and mix roulette. So she bottled up 8 different gins, and then I picked 8 different mixes, and we mailed them out to a couple of our girlfriends, and we all got on Zoom. And Caitlin's fiance plays like fucking magic or whatever that fucking weird shit is. But they have a 20-sided dice, and we use
Magic
that to
the
roll the
Gathering?
dice to pick the gin and then to pick the mix. So it was actually quite a riot. I was a big fan. I'm a huge fan of gin. I'm just getting into whiskey, but I do have to thank Mike Brisbois for introducing me to this.
yeah,
massive,
you were
awesome
there
community.
that night that we drank some righteous drams in the hotel room. It was a nice little lounge area there.
Yeah.
And a very intimate style tasting because it was basically a bunch of friends who got together who were in the same town.
Best way to do it.
Yeah, and man, we had a
That
blast.
That was in January for the Kensington MS Whiskey Society Festival.
Yep.
And I like Mike Brisbois flew in for that, and I was like about to drop him off at his hotel, and he was like, "No, you gotta park a car and come in." And he's like, "We're gonna drink some whiskeys," and I was like, "I don't know anybody. I'm really nervous." And he was
Doesn't
like,
matter.
Yeah,
"Fucking
doesn't
come
matter.
inside." And I was like, "Okay." And then
Oh, that was fun.
I'm
Yeah,
like friends
Sean
with all
and
of you
I.
guys, and I'm like, "This is just
Yeah.
like the cutest
That
little
was
community
great.
ever."
That was so fun. We had a blast.
You know what? It
Again,
was
we tasted
awesome.
some righteous drams, right? Myself and Sean drove down. Well, actually, I think Sean drove my truck down.
You don't drive.
Yeah, my wife's truck. Actually, Sean drove my wife's truck to Calgary, and we stayed in Calgary. We stayed with Danny for a while, Danny, Melissa, and we got to go to some pretty crazy master classes. Mike brought in a crazy bottle that he was like just getting in, and it's the first time pouring it. We were just like, "Ooh, tell us everything."
Woohoo, inform me.
Oh,
Dude,
what a great time.
He's crazy good at his job. And it's funny because
Mhm.
so I've worked for PMA for the last 2.5 years, and I always just really love brand ambassadors because they really the ones that are really passionate are the ones that you can tell that they're doing it because they're passionate, not because they're paid to do it.
Yeah.
And I remember asking Mike, and I was like, "How did you get your job?" And he was like, "Well, I really love their malts, and I just decided to write them up one day." He's like, "I wrote them this big long letter about how amazing they are and why they need a brand ambassador. And then my second letter was about why I was the perfect brand ambassador." And I'm like, "Fuck, like I can't do that."
And now he's the brand
So,
ambassador.
needless to say, now he's the brand
He's not
ambassador.
just their brand
And,
ambassador.
like,
Like I
God-
said, I think he's Canada's favorite ambassador.
He's ambassador
Dude,
of the
he's
people.
insane. Like he is all over everything. He's also like the most welcoming and like the least snobby. And I just think that's what I remember. Like the first day that I had him, like we do work with when you're a sales rep, and I was like super nervous because I was like, I don't really know anything about this brand. And he was like, "But that's why you're working with me." It's like you're gonna know so much stuff by the end of it.
Yeah.
But like he's just so much better at romanticizing everything about it. I'm like, I can
Oh,
tell you
hell yeah.
this, but just like Mike makes you fall in love with it. Like
Yeah.
it's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's super fun. It's super fun.
Unbelievable.
It's nice to see a rep too
But I do
who is paid to do it, but like just loves doing it. And loves the whiskey that he's representing.
But I
So
love
he
people-
literally loved it so much he wanted to be a part of it.
yeah.
Right?
Well, and I think that's awesome. And I've always felt this way where you can teach people to sell, you can teach people to organize, you can teach people to plan, but you can't teach passion. And
No.
you'll easily be able to tell who's passionate. And even like me with my accounts, like some of them just like laugh because I'm like, you can tell exactly which products I love to sell in my portfolio and exactly which
100%.
ones I don't love to sell in my portfolio. And if
Hell
my
yeah.
boss is somewhere on this live stream, he did not just hear me say that.
I don't think he's here. I think he'd be okay.
Yeah.
I sell the
We're
whole
good, we're good.
portfolio. Don't worry.
Now,
But
how long have you been drinking scotch or whiskey? You said you love gin. I love gin as well. I love gin in the freezer, neat, in a fancy little stemmed crystal glass, man. That's how I drink my gin. It's ritualistic for me. But I prefer whiskey, of course. So how long have you been doing the whiskey thing?
it's super bougie of you to admit there, Josh. I don't know.
Yeah, you're fucking right. Life is short and terrifying.
So I got to admit, I started at Willow Park when I turned 18, and I walked into there. I was like unemployed, and my dad basically like faced me with I either need to go to school and not pay rent, or I need to get a job and pay rent. And I was like, well, if I'm getting a job and paying rent, I'm going to move out. And so I ended up applying at Willow Park, and I got hired as a cashier, and I fucking hated my life for about 3 weeks. But then I ended up working pretty hard and I got promoted, but I walked into that place drinking like Alberta Premium and PBR. And by the time I left 10 years later, I had this like deep love for champagne, charcuterie, tequila, gin. Whiskey was something that I really only started to get into when I was like 26. So it's only been about 6 years. And even when I was 26, like I started drinking whiskey, but the only whiskey that I seemed to love was that under the table whiskey at festivals where the reps know you and they pull out something that's like $1,000 or $500 a bottle and you can't buy it anywhere. And they only pull it out for nerds. And I'm like, I'm not a nerd, but I'd love to try that. And so I just decided that the only whiskey I liked was $500 a bottle and I couldn't afford it. So I kind of strayed away from it for a little bit.
Of course.
But it was working at Eau Claire and hanging out with Caitlin and watching her kind of the distillation and the aging process and even the blending process and getting to taste it along the way that really started to make me very interested in it. And I found that the whiskey community is a lot more welcoming than the wine community. And even some of the spirit community. Like you kind of, a couple of people.
I'm in the wine community too. So I understand that. Yeah.
I love wine, but man, are they ever some snooty motherfuckers.
Sometimes I agree.
They're like, whatever. Like
I find whiskey is like just the love of the whiskey and the fellowship. Let's do it. Let's drink it now before we're all dead. Let's do it now. Like we can save our immaculate bottle for an immaculate person, but when that immaculate person stops by, crack that shit and pour it, right?
Wait, I have a super fun I have a super fun wine snob story that you might know since you're in the industry.
Go.
Are you familiar with Mission Hill out of Kelowna, out of West Bank? Are you familiar with? Okay, but you don't deal with them for much.
You know what? I won a trip when I was at Willow Park, and I wasn't old enough to go to California when I won the trip, so they sent me to Mission Hill instead. So I went to Mission Hill.
I also want to point out there's a 4-second delay.
There is a delay.
Yeah, between us, just so everybody knows. Between us talking to you, you talking back to us, about 4 seconds. Just so everybody knows.
So my story about Mission Hill. Now I could get sued for libel, but whatever. I don't care. I got nothing. They can take anything. The owner is his name. When you walk into Mission Hill, now it is an absolutely beautiful property. You walk in. The first thing you're greeted with is this gorgeous archway with these stone carved pelicans. It's quite lovely, and you have to go into a theater to watch this fucking 10-minute circle jerk video about the owner and his family. And his name is Anthony von Mandel. And Anthony von Mendel and the von Mendel family.
I know where this is going, by the way.
Yes. So his parents immigrated to Canada, and the pelican is their family crest and their official bird. And it's just this big old pretentious snobby bullshit tour that you got to take. Now, I enjoyed 2 of the wines. Everything else was overpriced, but the property is absolutely gorgeous. Anyway, I come to learn that Anthony von Mendel, formerly known as Tony Mandel, used to own Mike's Hard Lemonade and Palm Beach. And he sold those to, I believe it was Labatt, for $500 million in cash and $500 million in stock options. So he took that money, and he didn't want his legacy to be coolers that kids drank in high school. He wanted to be a wine connoisseur legend, so he started Mission Hill. So Tony Mandel became Anthony von Mendel. And that's what he did with his money. He's like, I'm going to leave a legacy of the best wines in Canada. And most of them suck ass, and they're just overpriced garbage. But I did like his Riesling.
And on a positive note.
Yeah, so there it is. So that's the wine community.
It's unfortunate. There's lots of really good Canadian wine out there, but I do find that BC and I find BC is the worst for it, but I just find that they're very pretentious and they have good wine, but I think it's overpriced. And at the end of the day, if I'm going to spend 25 bucks on a bottle of wine, I want it to be a good bottle of wine, or $25 or more. Like, there's lots of good wine out there where I toured around all over Kelowna and Okanagan, and I was like, this is all really good, but I wasn't willing to pay more than 30 bucks a bottle for a lot of the wine out there.
I haven't even been blown away by hardly anything in BC so far.
I have one. I also did tours. What ended up happening when we evacuated from here, I had my chauffeur's license, and we ended up in Kelowna. So I just took a job for shits and giggles, giving wine tours, driving around bachelorette parties to different wineries. And it was fun as hell, and I made more money in tips than anything. Yep. But I spent all my money on wine. So I'd buy a case at every distillery we went to. I wouldn't drink that day, but I would gladly, buy it for later on. And my absolute favorite was a small one called Rollingdale. Now, the owner has since sold it to a Chinese couple that bought it, but they're still the same people there making the wine. And their 2014 Chardonnay was the best white wine I've ever had in my life, and picked up a case of their 19. But anyway, they're a very small distillery. They're not snobbish. They have dogs on the property, which always makes us love them even more. Their dog ended up in the Okanagan Winery Dog Calendar for charity. And Rollingdale, if you're ever back in the Okanagan, it's near Grizzly. It's in West Bank. It's not far from Hatch and all these other great distilleries. But Rollingdale is my absolute favorite there, and there's no snobbery involved when I go there. Worth checking out.
That's awesome. I think the one of the biggest problems that a lot of the liquor industry does face is, and I mean it's probably prevalent in many other industries as well, is the disconnect between people that know their stuff, so sommeliers and whatever, whiskey enthusiasts, versus the people that are just getting into it. And I find again that the whiskey and spirit community is a lot more welcoming, so it's easier to kind of get in there and realize that you're a novice. And I've never had a problem going into something being like, I don't know anything about whiskey, but I'd really love to learn. And you have all these people that want to teach you everything that they know. Whereas when you're in the wine world, you're like, hey, I'm new to this. They're just like, oh my God, do you drink critter wine? Do you drink this? Do you drink that? I can't believe you put that in your mouth, and you should be drinking this. And you don't know what this means. And I just find that it's far less approachable than when you go into that spirit community.
You don't know what this means? Fucking tell me what it means. Yeah. Educate me. Don't belittle me, right?
Well, and one of the most humbling experiences is hanging out with people that are smarter than you. And I love hanging out with people that are smarter than me because I get to know so much more. And it's so much easier than trusting the internet.
I'm an idiot. That's all I hang out with. Everybody in the room is smarter than me. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. He's been making his way pretty good, though. I hang out with Adam J because he teaches me everything, man. Adam J has a borderline eidetic memory, so he remembers everything that he's ever read. And he teaches me so much, man.
We're both idiot savants.
The worst
He leans
memory
more
ever.
towards the savant, and I lean more towards the idiot. So.
Correct.
Yeah, I've got the worst memory ever. But after that tasting on March 19th,
Me too.
I've decided that I need to start writing down every whiskey that I try, because I've tried some crazy shit in my life and I've not written it down.
Me either.
Probably the funniest one for like wine wise anyways was I was working at Willow Park and I was up in their boardroom and I opened up this cabinet and like somebody had obviously stuffed a bunch of bottles in this thing and closed the door. So when I went to go open it, all this wine came like crashing down at me. But one of the bottles that broke on the ground was a bottle of Chateau de Chem. And I was like, I don't know what this is. So I just like scooped it up and I was about to toss half the bottle out. And my sommelier came in. He was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, well, it's broken and there's probably glass in it. And he's like,
that's okay.
Filter it out. And I was like, why? And he's like, it's a fucking $3,000 bottle of wine. And I was like, I'm not gonna have to pay for this, am I? Like, it was like 19 and I remember trying it and I was like, it just tastes like there's sugar added to this and I just don't like it. And now that I realized what I tried like 14 years later, I'm like, ugh, I broke a really expensive bottle of wine and now I get why you wanted to like lick the carpet.
I smashed a 37-year-old bottle of Glenfarclas quarter cask. It was the crowning jewel in my cabinet when I was moving in, and it tilted the entire shelf. A Macallan Rare cask fell off the shelf. A Highland Park fucking Magnus fell off the shelf, and the Glenfarclas fell. And I just reached to try to catch it. I caught the Magnus, and the Macallan Rare cask hit and bounced in such a big, huge, thick bottle that it just bounced. And I watched in slow motion as I reached out and basically dove into my barrel sink, and the Glenfarclas just slipped beneath my grasp and shattered on the floor. And it was this little piece of the bottom left that was just shattered. And it was like a quarter of an ounce in there. And I was like, and my wife was just like,
did you cry?
Like, leave. Just leave. Let me deal with this. I was like, and like it just broke my heart. I also smashed a 25-year-old Blair Findy raw cask Blackadder Glenfarclas. Taking pictures, just shattered it on the ground, still sealed. What an idiot! What a fucking asshole.
So, like, at what point do you let your wife just do all the moving of your special stuff? Because, like, really.
I don't get up on my stepladder. I'm missing a little piece of my hip too. So like getting up on ladders, it's kind of sketchy because I'm prone to falling off ladders and I'm very top heavy. And my wife gets up on my little stepping stool and grabs the top. I don't even go up there. Can't go up there. It definitely something precious is going to get broken every time I'm on that ladder.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't even hurt me anymore. I'm just
I
like,
actually
you
have 2 cabinets. Yeah, I have 2 cabinets of liquor, and one is like the liquor that I share with the general public, and then the other is like the special liquor that I only share with booze nerds. But I have to be careful because I really wish I had a breathalyzer for that one. Because every once in a while you get like a little zesty, and you're like, oh my god, this is just like a special moment. I'm gonna drink this with everybody, and you wake up in the morning and you're like, do I remember what that tasted like?
Been there.
Chelsea, are you familiar with our Crash or Stash series?
Yeah. We're coming by.
I am not. Please tell me about it.
Oh, well, it's this fun series that only 2 fat idiots could come up with, where we come to your place and eat your snacks and drink your booze and have you on our show.
You know what? I would totally love that. But my like booze collection isn't nearly as exciting as you'd like it to be. But I make really great
need
food.
to be exciting.
No, the collection is irrelevant. It's more about company and discussion. You know, that's it. And charcuterie boards.
I make a mean charcuterie board and a mean cocktail. So like,
we're in for cocktails and charcuterie.
It's just like
we're in for gin. We'll drink whatever and eat whatever as long as you're providing the booze and snacks. We're there.
I got it. I got
Are
all
you
of it. Don't even
are
worry.
you familiar with Steinhardt gin?
I have heard of it, but I haven't tried it yet.
So
I'm,
it is
I
my
actually when
favorite
I
Canadian
I
gin.
got favorite Canadian gin. Where is it from?
Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia.
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
will bring it by next time. It won a
You
bunch
should
of
try.
awards.
You should try
Patent?
this. It's Patent 5.
Patent 5.
Yeah, Patent 5, and it's out of Winnipeg.
Okay.
So
I will try that.
I got laid off last year, and my dad lives in Cornwall, Ontario. I got laid off on May 1st, and I called my dad on May 1st, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna see you in 4 days," and he was like, "Incorrect, but whatever." I showed up at his house 4 days later, and gas, would you not believe it, was like 50 cents. And I drive a little Nissan Versa, so it cost me $175 to go from Calgary, Alberta, to Cornwall, Ontario.
The good old days.
I had the most ridiculous drive. It was so much fun. The only thing that sucked is I love those little like roadside attractions, and obviously none of them were open because of COVID.
Yeah.
But on the way back, there was a bunch of stuff that was open, and because PMA has workers like across Canada, I ended up almost staying at this super shady Airbnb. But an ex-coworker in Winnipeg was like, "Hey, do you still need a place to stay?" And I was like, yes, I do.
Yep.
So he let me stay on his couch because I really wanted to stop at this Patent 5 distillery. And I went there and I bought one bottle of everything that they had available. Their gin is absolutely insane. Like Parlor Gin is probably my favorite gin in Canada, and arguably one of my favorite gins, like just in general. But the Patent 5 gins are like, they're a close second. Like
Will they be
absolutely
making a
stunning. They do
whiskey?
some really crazy stuff. And I believe they were still fairly new when I went there, so I'm not sure if it's 100% in the books, but they may have changed it over the last year. I think if they do a whiskey, it would definitely be worth checking out.
Okay.
So, have you guys heard of Black Fox Distillery?
Yeah, they make a mustard gin, don't they?
They make a mustard gin, but do you know anything about their whiskeys?
No, I do not.
So I was at Willow Park, and one of my friends there is like dead obsessed with Black Fox. And he was saying, and again, like because I've worked in the liquor industry for so long, I know a lot of stuff can kind of be left up to marketing. So it depends on how true it really is. But the Black Fox whiskeys are going to be coming out soon, or if not, they're already available. But you get this glass bottle, and then in the cork, there's a little coin, and you can flip the coin upside down, type that code in to their website, and it'll actually tell you what barrel this came from, which harvest it came from, and then also they do all of their barrel aging outside. So it'll tell you the temperatures for those barrels.
Cool.
Where are they located?
They're in Saskatchewan. I don't exactly know where because I haven't followed them like too much, but Michael Bigatini at Willow Park is like dead obsessed with them. But he let me try their whiskey, and then they had a second whiskey that had, I want to say, about like 5 or 10% oat in it. And then
Oat?
apparently they have another one coming out that's like 100% oat.
Oat
Yeah.
whiskey.
Oat.
I'm interested in that.
That
We like to
that
try
whis-
new things.
that whiskey that I had that only had like 10% oat in it, like it had this like, I don't know if you guys have ever had oat milk, but it's like this silky kind of velvety but like a fatty mouthfeel. It was absolute, like I'm really intrigued to see what their actual 100% oat whiskey tastes like. It's insane.
It's
And
already up.
whatever's
Let's go.
left up to marketing, I mean, whatever, but it seems really cool, and I would 100% give it a try.
Okay. I like the Botanist gin from Brook Laddie. That
course you
is my favorite gin, and it's no doubt because of my strange connection to Brooke Laddie. But we're actually going to pour a Bunnahabhain right now. We're pouring the Felice d'Isle. Felice Isle
Is this the bacon one?
2020. It's Moine a Monticello finish.
That might be.
So I posted earlier, what does Moine mean? And Steve answered right away. Moine is peated Bunnahabhain. So I strategically picked this. See how it pairs with a cigar. So we're just refilling our drams here. And I posted the question too, does anyone drink gin? And if so, folks, what is your favorite gin? The Botanist for me. Is yours the one you were just discussing? What is it? The 5?
Patent 5.
Patent 5?
I would say for like a good absolute everyday gin, it's definitely Parlor Gin. As a runner-up, I got somebody to bring me the Hendrix Amazonia from the UK last year, and that one is absolutely amazing as well, but it's not available in Canada.
Okay.
And then the third runner-up would definitely, so Patent 5 does a Purple Blossom Gin, and that one I found was a perfect balance of botanical and floral.
Cool.
And it's like a really pretty purple color.
Hell yeah. Aesthetically pleasing and delicious.
But has anybody tried Tobermory has a gin coming out that was supposed to come to Canada, but I think it just got delayed because of COVID. But if anybody's had Tobermory gin, I'd love to hear what you think about it. And also, because this is a whiskey group, what about oak aged gin? Any thoughts
Give me that
on
shit.
that?
Give me the wood.
Yeah.
Give me the oak.
That's the
Give
one.
me the
That's
oak.
the bacon one. The burnt ends. Nice.
Ty was talking about burnt end bacon whiskey, and I went and dug it out of my little sample tree there.
Because we're only drinking Bunnahabhain tonight.
Yeah, that's all we've been drinking tonight. Have you been dramming anything tonight, Chelsea? Or should I say Chelsea Carnage?
I am doing. I'm doing the Buna 12.
Buna 12.
12. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
It seems to be overall a crowd pleaser. Folks seem to enjoy it. It's consistent and reliable, and we tested it against the older bottling, which seemingly we liked a little more. Blind will tell all, but either way, delicious all the way through.
I did not notice a difference.
No?
Nah, I don't think my palate's refined enough for that. Plus, I'm smoking a cigar.
Yeah, without the
Two
cigar, I'd be
cigars.
curious to see.
You know
Like
what?
this.
I'm kind of chapped because I wanted to have a dram of the Buna Strudadere, but I forgot that I had like a quarter of a bottle left, and I gave it to one of my accounts as a sample bottle because I wanted to be
God.
nice, and now I'm sad that I don't have it.
Yep.
That'll
would've been-
teach
Because
you.
that one, again, literally tastes like the ocean fucking kissed that whiskey, and that is the only description that can come up with. And
Beautiful.
everybody that tries it, they're like, okay, you're right. Like, it's just the perfect amount of saline. It's unfucking believable.
I love that.
Unbelievable.
Yep, I love that shit.
And
I love
that
that shit.
I'll
one,
jump
like,
back here a second.
previous
VK63, I think was that Kelly? I could be wrong on the name. I don't remember. He joined us last week. He said oat is used in Irish mash bills and it adds viscosity.
Oh,
And then he said the Opimian Society gin in the last release is superb.
okay.
So might be worth picking up a bottle of that.
Yeah, I'll talk to my gin homies and maybe we'll grab a case through my account. We just grabbed a case of all of their whiskey.
let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you know for sure.
I fucking love gin.
Yeah, me too.
I'll see if I can talk to Michael about getting some samples of that Black Fox whiskey tea.
Michael.
I don't
I'm gonna
know.
call him
He knows the
Michael
people.
now.
I don't know.
I like that,
Yeah,
Michael.
you gotta call him
Michael
Michael or
Bourgeois.
Biggs. Like, yeah.
I get. Is it Miguel?
Miguel.
Miguel.
Brisbois? Yeah, I always tell people I can speak French, but in a Newfie accent, trained Albertan for teaching, and it sounds pretty bad. Yup. Yep, it is not good. It's very rudimentary and extremely basic French. I can sometimes understand what people are saying, but I can't respond at all.
Is this one we're drinking now? Is that available for purchase?
No,
Of course not. Of course not. I find a fucking whiskey I love and I
no,
can't get it.
You can't find this. This is gone. This is the Isla Festival 2020 Moine Amontillado finish.
So good.
Maybe on their website. I mean, you could check. They ship directly to us. So I bought like 18 of those 14-year-old Burgundies. So
Okay then.
yeah, they're just like, hey, $30 for shipping though. I was like, for 18 bottles? They were like, yeah, sorry about that. I was like, $30? You guys are fucking crazy, man. I'm getting a
great deal.
bottle shipped from Scotch Whiskey Auctions. 13 bottles. It's like 280 pounds shipping. It's like, what the fuck, man?
I have
Ben's
to
out.
confess, when Bunnahabhain announced that they were doing their 1988 champagne cask, not only is that my birth year, but I absolutely love champagne. So I started commenting and I was like, yeah, this is like, I totally want it. And I was joking, and somebody actually sent me a message and they were like, hey, I've got bottle number whatever. You get a full 750 and a 50 ml that you can open. It's going for like 1,500 pounds or whatever. Like, I don't know the actual price that he told me, but he's like, I'm willing to sell it to you for 1,350 and I can mail it to you. And I was laughing. I was like, this guy obviously doesn't understand how fucking broke I am.
Yeah. Pass.
I was just like, I was like, oh, let me think about it. And I got back to him a day later and I was like, sorry, don't have the money. But I was like, fuck. It's like, I really want that bottle. But that's when I was able to get a sample of the 1988 New Acquaintance cask.
Yeah.
And that's what I drank on March 19th.
Cool.
After the tasting. And that was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I
1988, the year of legends.
Yeah, I'm a legend.
Absolutely.
Low key legend, but I'm a legend.
That's the best kind of legends. That's fables, man.
I know nothing.
That's what I always say. That was in our first trailer. I know nothing. Yeah, we're just here for
like really personable, and that's okay.
That
I'm
is
good with that.
fucking right. Now, get me going here on the Scotch Whiskey Auctions. That is my favorite UK auction. It is the only auction that I use, as a matter of fact. Now, I just stopped using all other auction houses.
Just the one now, eh?
Yeah, there's an auction going on right now, as a matter of fact. And I'm watching several Glenburgies.
Oh, of course you are.
Yes, I am.
I love how you're.
If you bring out your plate in the drawer,
his favorite shift from like Springbank to the Chig. Now it's going to what he just said, Glenburgie, which was a secret. And once again, he's been an idiot and talked too much about it, and now you're not going to find it very often.
No. I'm sure the 21 of you that follow me regularly are not rushing out to grab all the Glenburgie. But I just didn't think it was relevant because I was specialty hunting for Glenburgie and specialty hunting for Lecheg, and I was asking Scotch snipers to keep a special eye out, so they did. And I amassed a collection. And then all of a sudden people are like, oh shit, Lecheg's really nice. Actually, it's kind of weird and fucked up, and we like a challenge. And now Lecheg is kind of blowing up a little bit, which is exciting to me because that means we're probably going to see more Lecheg casks, right?
Or less.
Or maybe less.
Yeah.
I think you'll probably see more.
I'm hoping to see more.
I do have to say, your passion about Lecheg is the one thing where I was like, okay, he's super stoked on this. Mike's super stoked on this. I was like, I gotta start getting into it. And you know what? Like when I first hung out with Mike, when I got into my reserve position with PMA in January last year, like I couldn't even tell him. I was like, I can't handle this. I was like, it's too peaty. And I remember
Yeah.
sitting in that hotel room and I took a sip and I was like, yeah, it's really good. And I was like, I thought I was gonna fucking die because I'm like, I just don't like smoke. But it's really funny because I actually really love mezcal, but I don't.
Okay.
I like. It's taken me a full year to learn to love peat, and I was just like, these two dudes are like super into this. I was like, it can't be that bad. I've just got to figure this out. And it's the same process that I've taken with so many things in life where your taste buds change. I think it's every
Sure.
21 days. So if you
Sure.
try something for every day for 21 days, by the end of the 21 days, you're either going to love it or you're still going to hate it. And it turns out I've done this with so many things in life. The only thing that I still hate after 21 days ends up being beets.
Pickles.
I try. Beets taste like dirty fucking feet. It's gross.
I hate pickles.
But
Hate 'em.
peat is one of those ones where like I started out with like somebody recommended the Ardbeg Supernova. And I remember this because I was like 24 at a whiskey festival, never drank whiskey. And I like the only whiskey I drank was Alberta Premium. And somebody was like, oh my God, you got to try this. And they hand me this glass of whiskey and I like throw it back, being a stupid 24-year-old. And the rest of the night, I like had to hold my hand over my mouth because I was like, oh, they're like, did you have the Ardbeg Supernova? And these people are like 12 feet away from me. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. Like, it just won't leave me. Like, it just won't. Like, I had blue cheese. I had all these crazy things to get rid of it. And everybody was like 2 hours later, they were like, did you have the Ardbeg Supernova? And I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm
Get
never
outta here.
drinking whiskey again. And
Well,
that was
ironically
the biggest
enough,
turn
that
on
whole
for me.
Crash Your Stash we were talking about was with another fantastic brand ambassador for Cavalan, Zara Star. We did Crash Your Stash, and she opened up a bottle of Ardbeg Supernova. And it was a super fun episode.
Yeah.
I think it was the most drunk Josh has been on
I
one of
was
our
a
episodes.
drunken fool.
Super fun.
What an idiot. Talking about my Neanderthal brow, have my feet up on the table with my colored socks. Oh my God.
It was a magical time.
Well,
but yeah, Ardbeg Supernova.
Yeah.
So good. But yeah, if
I
you're
think
not
it's
ready for it.
Yeah. I think it's really important. It's the same way that you would approach wine is like when you start drinking wine, like if you're going to drink this like really big, robust red for the first wine you've ever had, you're probably going to fucking hate it and you're never going to want to drink it again. I sipped on this crazy, super peaty, smoky scotch and I swore off scotch until I finally like started to ease myself back into it. And now with peat, like I'm like, okay, I want to learn to like peat. So I started like I tried a couple other ones and I just scaled back. And that Glenfiddich Fire and Cane only has 5 parts per million worth of peat. Then I was like, okay, this is a good start. So I went from that, and then you have a little bit of mezcal, and I try to find the similarities. And then, you know, maybe a couple weeks later, I'll go back and I'll try something with a little bit of more peat. So that Balvenie, the 14-year week of peat, that was the first peated whiskey that I could actually have a full dram of and not hate my life by the end of it.
Cheers,
and
Steve.
then
I like that one a lot
like
too.
Mike and you and how much you guys, like you guys just love Lechag so much. Now I can actually have a full dram of Lechag, and I'm like,
He
okay,
loves it.
this
I
was
enjoy
good.
it.
I don't hate it.
I
can
love it
have a
'cause it's
dram,
so
and that's
weird.
like I can at least have a dram.
I think I sent you a hand-filled Lechag bourbon cask. Did I not?
No, I don't have that. Oh, I do have that one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was like, that'll slap you in the lips a little, but not too hard, just a little bit. And I think you may enjoy that. It's
Well, you
just
know,
like I don't know. It's not. It's a very typical Lechag, but it's a pretty lovely cask. So I think you might enjoy it. But maybe sit on it for a year or two or a month or two or however long it takes you to get to that place where you're like, yeah, you know what? I think I do want a Lechag. Because everybody eventually gets to that Lechag fucking place, okay? They'll get there.
It took me a while to get to peated in general.
Oh, but now you're there.
I love it.
You're in it now.
Love it.
Fuck yeah.
Well, can you tell me if they're like what, or can anybody, I mean, I can't see the chat, so I don't know how to use this. But who can tell me the similarities between mezcal and peat, or if there are or aren't similarities between there? Because I fucking love mezcal. Like, I was in Mexico for 3 weeks. I hung out in mezcal bars. I was the only one. Like, I love mezcal, but peated whiskey, there's just something slightly different about it that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I can't figure out why.
I think the peat is like the boggy. It's quite literally peat moss and gravel. You know what I mean? And they're burning that to stop the germination of malt. You know, I don't need to go into the history of distillation.
No, please do.
But yeah, I mean, you have 6 hours. We'll go through it. But yeah, that's the thing with
We have a live studio audience
mezcal and
behind
stuff.
us too.
You get that smoke, but it's not that boggy feel of peat.
It's more liquid smoke.
Yeah. It's like a more sweeter, almost like a synthetic style of smoke, whereas the peat is boggy and earthy and, I don't know, root vegetable-y. But that's just, I have very limited experience.
More
with,
composty.
With the mezcal and stuff. But I've only had a couple. I don't know if anyone can speak on it a little more.
There might be someone here in the chat that's more of an expert on that.
Gotta be somebody that's more of an expert. It's one of those things.
There is.
I don't know. We only started getting like good tequila and good mezcal in Alberta like over the last few years anyways. So like mezcal isn't super noticeable, but every time I tell a whiskey drinker that I love mezcal, they're like, well, you love smoke. And I'm like, it's a different kind of smoke.
It is different,
and I don't know how to explain it. And I feel like an asshole because everybody's like, well, you've been in the industry for 14 years. How can you not explain it? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I just know what I like. Okay. Stop judging me.
That's enough.
Community.
Yep. That's enough. Right. I like tequila that's not too sweet. I find many tequilas are a little too sweet for me. But then when you she's gone. But then when you get the George Clooney one that we had.
That George Clooney, but the Añejo.
Yeah, the higher end one.
Or the Reposado. The Añejo.
I did not care for those other two at all.
They're no good. But that 7-year Añejo, fantastic.
Fucking loved it.
Which makes me really interested in trying the Rocks tequila, Terramana.
I would like to try
in Canada now. It's just sold out instantly.
Sipping tequila. Yeah.
No, there was one.
No, that's nasty.
There was one you did with a model. One of your models.
Yes.
It was the twisted
weird
bottle,
twisted, yeah.
And the cap was also a mini
she
bottle.
She took the bottle with her.
I know, but I want to find out what it is.
I was like, that is too sweet for me. And she's a tequila girl, so she's like,
I actually really liked it.
Yeah, there's still plenty of tequila.
It was a really good sipping tequila.
There's no shortage of tequila here either, by the way.
Yeah. And then one
Any
time,
night you're ready, Keish.
The Alejandro Torrent from Casa Torrent and Te Amo Cigars out of Mexico came up to Edmonton, and he brought a bunch of different cigars, and he also brought a sipping tequila, which was my first time having tequila and cigars.
Okay.
And I will say,
good.
It was very similar to Scotch, the one you brought.
I've had that George Clooney with cigars several times before, and you can sip on it all night. But I also want to talk about Glenbergie.
First of all, guess who's back?
Oh, Chelsea Carnage is back.
Back again. Chelsea's back.
I pinned Paul's comment here. Has anyone had the first edition's Glenbergie? I think it's 18 or 20-year-old. Yeah, it's both. Okay. There's a couple different versions. One is sherried and one is like kind of peated. And that's their newest released. And it's fucking delicious. It's top contender whiskey of the year for me.
We're only in April.
Yep. It's the best one I've had this year. It's the best whiskey I've had this year. Yeah. So don't even fucking get me started on Glenbergie. We don't have enough time in this show.
Can you show me a bottle of Glenbergie? I don't know what it is.
Yes, I can. Give me 30 seconds.
Give me right back. We will not do MASH talk this time.
And also, like, I don't know what happened. I'm clearly a millennial that is awful with technology. Just
88.
like
Is that
closed.
millennial or is that a zennial?
I don't actually
I don't even
know what I'm classified as, but all I know is that I'm not normal.
I know what floppy
And
disks
cheers
and
to that.
tape are. And I had a TiVo at one point.
Holy fuck.
I grew up in that weird
Is it
era
smoky in
where
here?
like it wasn't
Oh,
there,
yeah.
but it was. Oh shit.
So speaking of Glenbergie 18 and 20-year-old first editions, here are both. I'm a Glenbergie fan. So
Clay is out. Cheers, Clay. Thanks for joining us tonight, buddy.
cheers, Clay. Thanks for coming on. It's in this lovely little pack.
So are these like limited? Are they
Oh, yes.
widely carried? Like do you know who reps them?
No, but I could find out for you.
Okay. Well, I'm
Yeah.
just curious because if I know somebody who reps them, then like I might be able to find it a little bit easier.
Whiskey of the year, right here.
Millennial is after 81, I believe. Eliza Schlesinger said that we're considered elder millennials. We're elders.
Elder
And I'm
millennial.
88. 88.
87 for me.
You know, an Olympic baby, I was meant to achieve greatness, and so far all I've achieved is isolation.
Do you play guitar? That could be great.
You know, I don't actually play guitar. My dad visited me like a few years ago, and he wanted a guitar to play. I ended up getting a record player from a friend for free. So we went out and we bought some like really awesome retro speakers. He like set me up with this whole record player situation, but in the process, he's like, "I'm gonna play guitar." So we stopped off at a secondhand store. And he bought this guitar and left it here, and I don't know how to play it for the life of me, but it just hangs out there. And
You're in isolation. What better time to learn?
You know, if somebody wants to teach me how to play guitar, I will pay you in whiskey.
I can't teach you because my wrist does not bend the way it's supposed to.
I play guitar.
I have a small Kearney-sized hands, so I need to play guitar like a child, just as like an FYI.
Put it on your lap and play it like a piano.
I used to play piano too at one point.
What happened?
I'm too dumb to read notes. I can only play like by listening. I can't read any of the notes. No, I was a little better than that.
Okay, so something fun that I've done, which might be a fun Whiskey Heathens episode. I don't know. Maybe it's only going to apply to me because I'm a girl. But I did a wine and music pairing. And I've done wine and shoe pairings. I've done cocktail and cheese pairings. But like, what about a whiskey and music pairing?
I'm down.
Yeah.
So Josh and I are contributors to a website called the Not Gentlemanly Cigar Smokers. And it's an online magazine. And they have a whiskey. Well, we do the whiskey. But they have cigar and music pairing articles monthly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's kind of been done. There's also a guy on there that does barbecue, which I'm really hoping we can do a collaboration with them, just purely to feed my taste buds. But yeah, it's so something like that's been done. But how do you do a wine? Did you say wine and shoe pairing?
Yes. So when I
Red
was
bottoms, I assume, Louboutins?
No, actually Fluvogs. And it works best with Fluvogs because Fluvog shoes have a story paired with every shoe, and that's how you pair the wine with it. And it was the most fun I've ever had. And the other thing we used to do is Willow Park used to, I'm not sure if they still do, but they used to sponsor Alberta Theatre Products. And we would do cocktails and characters. So I got this really cool experience where it kind of got me into reading. I had a lot of struggle reading as a kid. It just like nothing was exciting to me and I couldn't stick with it. But I got to do this cocktails and characters. So I got to pair cocktails with characters in the play, but I actually got to read the scripts. And I don't know if anybody's ever read a play script versus a book, but you just get the dialogue, and you kind of get this like night scene, cut, this is what's happening, vocabulary, cut, okay, now it's morning. So you spend all this time reading this play, and the way that you read it, you imagine it in your head, and I pair these cocktails to the characters in the play, and then you actually get to go see the play. And although the verbiage is the same, the whole background and everything else is totally different. And it's the coolest experience I've ever had.
I would love that.
It was insane. And I still love it. I think it's awesome. And reading scripts is now probably one of my favorite things to do, because the dialogue is always the same, but the way that you imagine it in your head versus the way that somebody produces it is totally different. So
same way books are better than the movie, almost always.
Grow up.
No, it's true. It's true. Because it's your interpretation of what the character is, and then you see it on screen and it didn't live up to what you had in your mind, like Tom Cruise playing Jack Reacher. Horseshit. Anyway.
I don't read books. I'll wait for the movie to come out, and then I can picture it. Reading books, I have a learning disability. I can't remember what it's called, but I would read a paragraph.
I do. It starts with an R.
I read a paragraph, and I forget. Like, I daydream, and I just can't focus on what I'm reading at all.
You know, Josh, I feel the same way. But that's why I liked the script reading.
ADD is my other one.
That was delicious.
I love the script reading because it's like quick and it's concise, and you can understand what's going on because it's the conversation, and the background is secondary. But then when you see that background with the commentary, that's when it all changes. So that's why it was kind of fun to read a script and then see a play.
That sounds super fun. I go see plays here quite often in Fort McMurray when that was a thing. One of my coworkers, Tim, is an actor, and he is quite talented. And
was he in the Drowsy Chaperone?
That seems very familiar.
Because I liked that one. It's the last play I went to.
I would go to all of Tim's plays. I enjoy it very much. I would love to have a cocktail, because all they have at Keano is Glenfiddich 12, and I'm the only person in the theater who's drinking Glenfiddich 12. Everybody else is drinking red wine.
I was drinking beer.
You need to come see a play with Michael Bigatini and I, because all we do is we even bring our own tonic syrup. We'll order like a gin and soda, and we'll be like, don't fill it all the way. We've got our own mix that we're going to put in. And one day, one of the bartenders was like, is that LSD? We like burst out laughing.
No, it's GHB. It's donkey juice.
Yeah. This was LSD. We would not be pouring it in our drinks in front of you, but whatever.
Yeah.
However, LSD and plays sound like they go very well together.
You know what? Getting stoned and seeing plays is awesome. A really great thing.
How about drinking a midwinter night's dram while watching a midwinter night's?
Well, are you talking about the Port Barrel Rye? Or are you talking about the Glenmorangie?
Probably the Port Barrel Rye, actually.
Both are delicious.
But if the Whiskey Heathens ever want to do we can do like a Scotch cocktail pairing with something.
Yep.
Or with music, because I'm a big.
The answer is yes.
Yep. I don't know a lot about music, but I really love music. So I volunteer and
see, that's what matters. The love and the passion is what matters. The knowledge comes after, right?
Yeah, Josh loves country music, so if you can do any kind of Scotch pairing with country music, that'd be perfect.
Do not pair. I do not want any country anywhere fucking near my Scotch.
I've tried to make him listen to many different modern country artists like Tyler Childers, Sturgill Simpson.
I have no idea.
Sturgill Simpson is amazing, dude. Mercury.
Yeah, that's Turtles all the way down.
That's
different. That's different.
Well,
I didn't mind
Mercury and Retrograde is like that fucking album is insane. That's the album to get you into understanding that not all country is shitty. Because I was the same way. Like, I fucking hate country. And it took learning that there's not shitty country out there, that it's really
He also has a rock opera on Netflix as well.
Dude, he's insane. Like, Sturgill Simpson is fucking brilliant.
Adam J., what's the name of that band? Third Round in Hell. I'll Be in Good Company.
Mm.
Oh,
I love those guys.
They're more bluegrass.
Yeah.
If you like bluegrass, I got some good stuff.
Well, that's a branch of country, isn't it? Like,
It
kind
really
of. There's a band
really
called
is.
Gangsta Grass where they do reggae and bluegrass and rap together. That's actually
Yes!
really good. You might like.
My
okay.
dad's fucking played with them.
With Gangsta
Shut
Grass?
up.
Yes.
Mate.
He sent me an album, or he sent me a song, and he was like, "Hey, I played guitar on this song." And I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, very cool.
Which one? Let me know. I'd love to download it and listen to it.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you because like I
Please
was
do.
absolutely floored. My dad's done some like he's not like a well-known musician at all. He just like I get my music love from him.
He's a gigging
but-
musician.
Yeah, and he just like he really loves music. He like just kind of plays whatever. But he did a really cool thing where when him and I lived together, he turned the spare bedroom. We like stapled egg cartons to the walls, like we made it soundproof. But he made like a little mini recording studio in the house that we lived in. And I didn't realize it. I thought he was making it just because he really liked music. But one of his friends had like terminal cancer. And what he did with the studio was he made it soundproof, and he had a bunch of his buddies come over randomly, and they played and recorded all of these songs. And so when unfortunately his friend passed away, they made a 15-song CD that they gave to everybody instead of like the normal pamphlet that you get when you go to a funeral. Everybody got a CD to come home, and the his friend that passed away, he had a part in every single one of those songs.
That's super cool.
And I was just like, that's kind of like the coolest thing I've ever heard of anybody
Yeah, that's
doing.
unique as hell.
And I just remember like I was 16 at the time, and we're fucking stapling these egg cartons to the walls, and I'm like, my dad is insane. Like, what is wrong with this man? And then when all of this happened, I was like, he's just a nice guy. Fuck.
Very cool.
So that's where I got my love of music from anyways.
Nice.
And I just think that lots of people, you don't realize how well you can pair scotch or wine or gin or cocktails to songs, and then it forces you to dive deeper into it. Just like when you're really excited about a whiskey, it forces you to dive deeper into it. So when you're
we call that basking in the ambience.
that's a
And,
perfect
I'm all
descriptor.
about that shit. It's ritualistic, right?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah,
You
we
have a
should do
plan?
that. We will do that. Yep, we'll talk.
I'm into it.
Cool. Good.
But we have to go all the way to Calgary for that?
Yeah, we'll be in Calgary.
I don't pay for gas. I'll come see you guys.
Not so much.
Oh,
shit. Stop on by. Holy fuck.
Might
Yeah.
as well use my corporate card for what it's worth.
Do it. Do
But
it.
also,
It's
if my
whiskey
boss is on
business, too.
here, like, we're not going to do that. It's totally fine.
Hey, it's technically it's a company expense. You're going to be a guest on our whiskey show. Hell, you could stay in the spare room at the fucking headquarters. Oh, we
At
will
the
drink the scotch.
headquarters.
We will drink
Yeah.
the scotch.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I'm down with that for sure.
Yeah, we're down with that.
Well, I can't believe it. We've got 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. Wow, folks, thanks for sticking with us this long. And thanks to Chelsea Carnage for
Got to be
joining us.
somebody else in the waiting room.
There is not.
Nobody's in the waiting room.
No.
Nope.
What? Oh.
Not
No.
yet, but
People,
the invitation is open.
Yeah, folks were talking about the Dead South. That's the band I was telling you about. Another band
South are
that
so
I
good.
enjoy. That's not technically country really at all, but it's the Rural Alberta Advantage.
Yes,
Really,
I love
really
them
enjoy it.
so much.
Yeah, me too. I enjoy their music a lot.
A
They're
friend of
so
mine,
good.
Bad luck again.
Juno
Bad luck
award-winning-
again, man. That's my song.
That's your song?
Yeah.
friend of mine is a Juno award-winning harmonica player, and
Who?
he's always at Folk Fest. Rusty Reed.
Oh shit! Good.
Yeah, it's fun to see him at the House of Blues. Whenever I'm in Edmonton, if he's performing, we go. It's always good times. So, yeah,
That's
we
awesome.
can definitely pair some different boozes with different music.
Yeah, I'm fully into that. Let's do it.
Well, I just finished my that Bunnahabhain, the delicious burnt ends bacon Bunnahabhain that I'm sad I can't get. But
Paul asked as well about the Glenbergie. You're going to hear me calling it Glenbergie, folks. It's just
it's interchangeable.
Yeah, I just like that. I came up saying Glenbergie, but it's actually Glenbergie. But anyway, he asked which one's the pita one. It's the 2020, Paul. The 2020. Now, the other one is quite lovely as well. Green grass notes for a sherry whiskey. It's quite interesting to me. But that peated one, man, that is something special. I know the Keg and Cork had it for a while. I don't know who has it now. But damn, it's good.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
There's a sample in there for you from G-Hoff.
What a gentleman.
Yeah. I think you got it, actually. You took it when you had it here the other day.
I got a lot of samples growing that I've been drinking a couple of them. Still got some great ones from Joe Christ I got to dig into, but I'll get there.
Joe Christ, the legendary unicorn slayer.
Yeah. I'm just at a loss for words. Picturing
the boson levels is hitting a certain level as well.
Yeah.
So I sometimes tend to ramble when I have a little bit of a Scotch warmth happening, and one of our videos where we crashed a stash, Ty had to edit out like 20 minutes of me just rambling. Yeah. And he's like, we don't like, this is a fucking 2-hour video because of your rambling.
That's us right now.
What's this?
That'd be Little Buzz.
Little Buzz.
Little Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah. Our followers are like,
hey, no, we gave them. Oh, no.
There they are. Now, folks, if you haven't done so already, go ahead and like this video. Keish. Cool. Nice.
It is fun having a live studio audience as well.
Yeah.
I can start heckling you if you want.
No.
It's fun having people to talk to, man. I really enjoyed having y'all on the show. Chelsea, you said you're camera shy, but
and then you spent almost an hour with us.
Yeah, like we appreciate you coming on. Man, what a great little whiskey session we've had here.
Yeah, this is fun. I definitely want to do more of these.
Me too.
Someone was mentioning earlier they prefer we do this on like Saturdays.
Saturdays. Now, there's a couple things. Yeah, that's just what someone said to me as well, which we had a conversation about. And we want to hear everybody's opinion on this. Chelsea, yours too. Friday came up with several people, and Saturday came up with several people. But there is a slight issue with Saturday, and that's that most of the virtual tastings happen on Saturdays.
I also generally have planned Saturday nights. Nights that I don't get involved with whiskey, and I go out and see the few other people. I have such amazing friends in my life that I barely get to see them, and Saturday happens to be one of those nights.
Maybe Friday we can start.
I think Friday.
Thinking about Friday, then
we can.
People can have a drink.
I'm always partial to drinking on Fridays because I like to go hiking on Sundays. I have this weird
yeah.
Hashtag
I have hungover hiking.
Yeah, I have like a weird balance of like being super active, but also being like a raging alcoholic.
So we're just raging alcoholics.
I'm not raging. I'm very calm.
Should have seen me putting the doorknob on the other day. I was raging.
But see, like you party on a Friday and then you sleep on a Saturday and then you're so hungover, you go to bed early on a Saturday and then I can hike on a Sunday and it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I know what I like. And then also like most shows, like typically in a non-COVID world, like Friday's the bigger party day. Just because Saturday, most people don't want to get like insane because they're like, well, I don't really want to be hungover. I have chores, whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I'm partial to a Friday party, and I'm happily join you on a Friday.
Be the consensus. I think we'll end up switching our lovely Sunday nights to possibly Friday nights.
Yeah, it might be a little more beneficial. Maybe it would change again after COVID when people can head back out on Fridays, right? For me, I do in a year when it comes to hiking, I'll do 0% hiking, and I do not have a hiking form, so to speak. But like, if you got like pie, I'm into like pie. You know,
what?
smoking cigars and eating pie on Saturdays, hiking. That sounds terrible.
See, that's the
Trying
thing.
to
What we're doing right now,
convince my
this is
dog
what
to
we
come
would
over
normally
here,
do
but
anyway.
she's being
Yeah.
lazy.
We just happened to put it on fucking video now.
We just started being like, hey, we
Come
should
on.
record our conversations and see if
Come
other
here.
people want to join.
Come on.
Apparently, enough people
Yeah,
do.
it's been super fun. Like, what a great little adventure.
I'm trying to convince my dog to come over here because
Oh my
most people
God, let us see your dog, please.
are absolutely floored because she's going to be turning 15 this year.
Oh my
but
God,
We
15.
love to go hiking. I have to go grab
I
her
already know what a dog looks like. I'm so excited to see
she's
this.
raging at me.
Folks, wait till you see this little lovely.
She's absolutely raging because we're obviously stuck in isolation.
that a
And
min
I
pin?
can't. Yeah. So when you're stuck in isolation and you're in an apartment building, you can't do anything outside of your apartment. So this poor dog is 14.
I'm so excited. You guys go on
14
cool
years old.
adventures.
Yeah, we go hiking lots.
14
we
years
do-
young.
Yeah, we do 20K hikes over summer, 10K hikes
Nice.
over winter.
Wow.
And everybody razzes me because apparently you're not supposed to walk old dogs or small dogs for that long. But
That's 30 kilometers too much.
you know what? She loves it, and she's very good at telling me when she's had enough of my shit.
Good.
So that's kind of like all we
Yeah.
do. But it's
As long as she's happy and you're happy, man, that's all that matters.
she's so happy, and I can't believe that she's like lasted as long as she has. But she absolutely loves to hike. She loves whiskey, and she's just like a little.
What's her
little
favorite
turkey.
whiskey?
Her favorite whiskey. She likes the Eau Claire Sassafras
Ooh.
because it's
I was
easy
just
to
looking at
drink.
that in there.
And
I'm
I've
ready for that.
gotten it. You know what? Like for a whiskey cocktail, I'm super into it.
Now, there are some pretty terrible whiskey cocktails that come in a can
Oh
form.
my god. There are some awful ones.
Swear Jar comes to mind.
Ugh.
Ugh.
But J.P. Weiser's Old Fashioned in a Bottle, that pretty much nailed it. I really liked that one, actually. So I'm definitely curious to try these sassafras.
Yeah, we'll try that. Maybe we'll do a little episode on those. I'm excited
we should.
for
We
things like
should.
that. Yeah.
if
we're on
you
a
do
good track.
if you do it, let me know. Maybe I can rope Caitlin into coming on.
Oh my God, that would be so much fun.
Generally,
I mean,
when
like,
we drop
I
an
know
episode
people.
on
Yeah, you do.
when we drop an episode on a Wednesday, we generally like to talk about it on the following Sunday. But now I guess it'll be Fridays, and we'd love to have more the distillers join us.
Yeah, we just love to hear their thoughts on their process. Why did you do this? Why? What? When the fuck you're putting a sassafras in a can? Tell me why. Right?
Well, let me know because like
Yeah,
I might be able to rope her into
we'll
it.
definitely be in touch.
Yeah, and if I can't rope her into it, just wait until I'm out of isolation, and I'll ask her to hang out on the night that you're doing the tasting, and I'll be like, yeah, it'll be no big deal. We can just like, we should check out this tasting, and then I'll just like
It's
be
happening.
like, oh, just kidding, you're talking about it.
Just kidding. Tell us everything.
Surprise guests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're on for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, that's the best thing about knowing people is I do it to her all the time.
It turns our show into a hostage situation.
Even when we worked together, it was the funniest thing. I'd like bring her to house parties and whatever, and we'd be sitting at a house party, and everybody's like, "Who's your friend?" I'm like, "Oh, this is Caitlin. She's my distiller, like just my personal distiller." And everybody would be like, "Oh my god, you're a distiller!" And they'd ask her all these crazy questions. And they're like, Caitlin was like, "Fuck, Chelsea, why do you do this to me?" And I'm like, "I just think it's so funny." I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd be like fanboying, man. I'd be like,
I used to sometimes roll around with my drug dealer, be like, "That's who I buy drugs off of," and now he's the
Well,
center.
that's
It's the same
exactly
thing.
it. So I'm like, this is my distiller. She distills booze for me.
yep, yep.
She does not, but I like to pretend that that's the way it happens, and it's funny, and I'm okay with it.
As you should be.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that too.
Well, what are we thinking here, Josh? We're at 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, I say we'll round it off to the 4-hour mark. By that time, I'll be done this lovely Romeo and Juliet.
I'm almost done my Sweet Jane. This has been sweet to the end, and it's paired lovely with this 12.
Yeah,
New 12.
I've also been thinking about the pep and cheese pizza and nachos and sweet potato fries that is in on my kitchen table.
When did that arrive?
That arrived at roughly 6:30 p.m.
Oh.
That's been sitting there for that long, and you're not going to eat it?
No, I have visited once already.
That's probably what took him so long to get the second score.
Yeah, here's what's
So
left.
right, Ty?
Yeah. I was thinking about Stone Me was thinking about Drunk Me later.
Oh, man. Taking care of future you from past you is such a nice thing. It's like when you're getting ready for a night of drinking, and you put 2 Advil and a bottle of Gatorade beside the bed before you go out.
Yeah.
It's such a kind gesture towards yourself.
We've learned to hack the system and just hammer fuck water into your body.
Just keep
all
drinking
night.
water.
You will pee profusely.
I'm wearing a diaper, so we don't have to have interruption.
That's true. Ty wears diapers. You know, I'm not into that.
I'm like an old Chinese lady at a slot machine.
Well, I don't even know how to respond to that. But I don't have that experience.
Oh,
like
okay. Well,
Ty
you
does.
don't go to enough casinos. That's okay.
Well, you know
No,
what? If
I
it
just play
makes you feel
blackjack.
any better, when we did the gin and mix roulette, when Caitlin delivered the gin, she also delivered a couple tabs of Advil, and she had you can get Pedialyte freezies, and for fucking
Oh, yes.
adults, I'm
Yes, you
telling
can.
you, Pedialyte freezies are the
Yeah, my wife
greatest thing
swears
when you're
by 'em.
hungover. Yeah, dude, your wife is brilliant.
Yep.
She,
She
married
swears by
you,
it.
but she's brilliant.
Yep. Correct.
But it's fucking insane, and I will swear by those hand and foot because I was so fucking hungover after a gin and mix roulette. That fucking Pedialyte freezy was the only thing that saved me.
Pedialyte, man, I'm telling you, that's the key. That's the best way to restore electrolytes in your body
Yeah.
quickly.
You know what else I found worked consistently for me over the years?
An IV drip.
Time. That works well.
Mainline some vitamins.
But 17 fresh squeezed oranges.
17?
16.
17 seems to be the key for my girth. And
Who
yeah, I
the fuck
swear
has
by it.
17 oranges on them?
Well, when you're on
Mexicans?
the go
Carry them in bags
and
on
you're
the
staying
highway.
in a hotel, quite often some of the hotels will offer fresh squeezed
17?
oranges. And I will
17
literally
of
say,
them.
I will take 17 fresh squeezed oranges. They're like, sir, that's going to be 4 glasses. And I was like, I will take those 4 glasses, please, all at once if possible.
That sounds like you might put yourself into a diabetic nap.
Well, you know
Yeah.
what? Whatever works, really.
You're fucking crazy.
And it's been nice. It's been nice.
I don't doubt it. I bet that works wonders.
Maybe a couple honey dip donuts. You know,
Breakfast of champions.
soak it on up. Back in the day, quarter pack of cigarettes. Man, you're good to go.
Cigarettes. Gross.
You want cigarettes on that sandwich? Of course.
No. Gross.
Yeah, everybody's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, we're at that point of the show.
This is what happens near the end.
Chelsea, not to deter you from ever coming back to our show, but at one point, anal surgery came up at this
Anal
point.
surgery? Okay.
That was last week.
Yeah, and we
What
were like,
what do you
right
mean by
there.
anal surgery?
Oh,
Why would one need anal?
No. This was I had a piece removed from my colon without the use of any type of painkillers.
That orange juice wouldn't feel good that day.
And you know what? Orange
Ooh.
juice did nothing for that.
That sucks. Well, like I have my tubes tied, so like I've had weird surgery.
My wife too.
But
My
not-
wife
Not
as
anal.
well.
Oh,
My wife
When did
is
she get
not
hers done?
into. She's not into having children, and
No.
I am not into having children at all.
gross.
And I know several of my friends who are childless by choice. And my wife and I, we don't want to have children. I think I might even go and get a little snippety snip. Not for me.
You know what?
It's not
There's
something I'm into.
I had to fight for like 10 years to get my tubes tied because I am a female
wow.
under the age of 40 that has zero issues with my life. I just don't want children. And,
Yeah, I mean,
and it
that's
took a
your
long
choice.
enough time.
You know, that's
But I
unfortunate.
it's unfortunate, but I find it absolutely hilarious how many doctors I had to go through when they were like, well, I need your husband to sign off on this. And I was like, I'm fucking 22. I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't even know if I want to like be with the dude I'm dating for the next 2 months.
Sure.
Like, well, I need your
50s, you
husband.
need
And I'm
somebody
like,
else's permission.
Yeah,
Gross.
that's crazy. That's unfortunate.
yeah.
My
fucking
wife and I both were like, we want kids for sure. When we got married, we were like, let's have kids. And then one day, we were like, you know what? I don't think I want to have children. My wife was like, yeah, like not at all. And we were like, cool. So let's not have kids. And it's been working pretty well for us so far.
It lets him buy retarded amounts of whiskey.
I do buy a lot of whiskey.
You know what? I think a lot of people spend a lot of time thinking about what other people want for them. And what other people want for you is to buy a house, get married, and have kids. And like most people I've met, they've had kids, they're happy with their children, but at the end of it, they're like, I always just kind of wonder what I would get up to if I didn't have children.
This is it right
And
here. This is
And
it.
like, and I kind of sit there and I'm like, it's not like I love kids, and I knew this decision honestly when I was 17 years old that I didn't want kids, but I waited. I asked my doctor. I found doctors that would like do this for me, and I still waited until all of my friends had kids because I was like, maybe there's going to be this like weird piece of me that just wants to have a kid. And
Yeah.
I'm honestly like so fulfilled from all my friends having kids. I get to hang out with these cute little kids, have fun with them,
Yep.
and like see all these things. But then at the end of the day, like I get to fucking ship them back to their parents.
Yeah.
I
you
don't
can
have to
drink
wake
the
up
whole
early. I
Yep.
don't have to spend all this money. And like even my friend Marina, like I'm stuck in isolation, and she was like, well, I'll give you my kid and I'll take Sal for you. And I'm like, no, I'd rather have the dog than the baby. And like,
Yeah.
and I love this kid. Like Elena and I never thought I would ever bond with a child, but like Elena and I have bonded. We're both like the same kind of weird. And I
Well,
love
that's
it.
how I feel about Adam's kids here. Young Ben, I'll go rustle him up, feed him some candy,
Yeah.
and secretly
Give him a Red Bull and a
sometimes
kazoo.
purposely pronounce swear words slowly, and then like be like, here you go, Adam. I'm off to a tasting.
Yeah.
Right? So here's your kid rustled up on sugar. I've held him upside down by one leg for half an hour, so he's pretty rustled up.
Yes.
Fun
Yeah.
fact, when I'm not working my main job, I'm a Manny.
Oh,
That's real talk.
Manny.
Oh yeah, Manny.
That's fucking sweet.
Many people trust me with their children for extended periods of time.
I'm like, no, but bring your dogs over. We'll take care of your dogs.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a dog person, but like I just like
This is
kids
not a
are really
kid-friendly
fun.
home either. Like, there's
Oh,
bottles
yeah.
and sharp corners everywhere.
Yeah, my friend,
Everywhere.
like her husband's a contractor, and I'm doing renos in my apartment, so like the whole family came over, and like Elena was all over the place. She's like running around. My dog has asthma, so she like grabbed my dog's inhaler, and she's like chewing on the inhaler, and I'm like, I don't even know what to do here.
Yep.
But it was really awesome because like when I got my tubes tied, my friends actually all my friends have had baby showers, and they did a surprise no baby shower for me. So we had a cheese potluck. Everybody bought me booze. And I got like nice things, and I got really drunk, and I didn't have to worry about babies. And I was like,
That is
no babies.
awesome. And what's this cheese potluck?
Yeah, let's I'll plan one for your wife, because it's a no baby shower, but it's a cheese potluck. Everybody shows up with a wheel of cheese, and you're done.
Oh.
I had fucking cheese for like 3 weeks. It was stupid. I had so much
Wow,
cheese.
that sounds lovely.
I'm
Yeah.
on board with that.
This is
I know.
more of a cheese body as opposed to a hiking body.
Well,
Yep.
and
Now we're on the same level here.
yeah, that's what it is. You gotta, and that's the point about
What's that?
not having babies.
Yep.
You do you.
Easy peasy.
But
Doing me's
anyway.
fun.
yeah,
Yeah. We get on
It's
these like
We did a
tangents.
weird tangent
Yeah.
that had nothing to do with this.
At the end of the show, we
I was like,
always
this has
get on the
nothing to do with whiskey.
Yeah.
That's the best part, though.
Yeah. People are like, man, when you guys are towards the end of the show, I don't know about you.
But by the end of the
I don't
show,
know.
they're getting to know you, and like that's what's awesome. Is you really like whiskey, but you have all of these other passions.
Yeah.
This is true.
Pie.
Pie is pie a passion?
Pie is a
3.14?
passion. Pie is a passion.
Is pie a passion? Is tie a passion?
Tie is passion.
Yeah, damn right.
These Paul says this is better than ass surgery.
This is
so-
better than ass surgery. Speaking from personal experience.
But like,
Speaking of ass surgery.
No,
who has
no,
had
no,
ass
no.
surgery, and what is ass surgery?
Oh, I had implants put in. I
Oh,
wanted to be more like Cardi B.
Ty
you could
has
just do some squats. Work
no.
hard.
Ain't nobody got
requires
time for
work.
scotch. I bumped my knee softly the other day, and it's been 6 days of a limp, and I'm like, wow, man, I am not in good physical shape or condition at all.
See, those people that are ripped and have like six packs, those are bodies built by hard work and dedication. We have bodies built by fun and deliciousness.
Yeah.
You know what? I have a perfect balance of both, because like I work really hard, but at the same time, I also love whiskey and donuts.
Oh yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. Show me a donut that I wouldn't like.
Well,
Well,
like,
speaking of, that's what we talked about earlier was those unicorn farts. That was
Speaking of
combination.
ass surgery.
Yeah, Unicorn Farts is a combination, a work collaboration between Duclaw Brewery and some donut company. And they took a donut that had like Fruity Pebbles cereal and shit on it, mixed it with a beer, made it into a sour beer, and called it Unicorn Farts with edible glitter.
And it's delicious.
It's fantastic.
It's delicious.
and I've had it, and that beer is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I loved it too.
And they got an excellent campaign right now called Give a Shit, where you can get tested for colorectal cancer.
Oh,
and you get a
nice.
free beer if you prove you were tested.
You know,
See?
folks,
That's awesome.
always a
down
good
for that.
idea to get tested for ass cancer.
Always
Yep.
a good idea to get tested for any cancer. Do a
Very true.
Plus,
Worth
if
it.
you have provincial health benefits, it's cheaper than paying someone else to put a finger in your butt.
It's true.
Well, you know,
well,
speaking
Get
of,
taxpayers to pay for it.
speaking of fingers and butts,
depends.
um,
You could find somebody on Tinder.
I did. I met my wife on Tinder.
Did she put her finger up your butt?
I keep asking. She keeps saying no.
Let her know it's in the name of science.
Well, basically because she has really nice nails. So I don't blame her. Yeah, I like your gradient thing you got
Yeah.
going on. We have a nail technician expert here right now.
Yeah, we
actually.
do.
I don't know about expert or technician.
what's your YouTube channel?
Keisha Lily.
Keisha Lily.
Keisha Lily on YouTube.
Keshia.
To run away.
Keisha Lily.
Part of our live studio audience is leaving us now. It's been enough talk about asses.
Yeah, there's too much asses.
Yeah.
Well, if she'll come
It's
to my
usually
nails
when
in
most people
Calgary,
start
I'll
dropping
get
off.
them done.
What was the donut place we went to? Bliss or whatever? It was a
I
bakery?
have been to Destination Donuts as well.
Yeah.
Paul. Quite lovely. But yeah, I can't remember where we were.
Bliss Bakery.
Just doing a quick purge because it's foggy.
I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you. Bye.
Oh shit! My cigar is toast. It's
Mine
done.
too. Mine too. I think it's time to wrap this up.
Yeah.
Almost 4 hours of foolishness on April Fools.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
April Fools, drunken fools.
Well, I think we'll let Chelsea go. Thank you so much for joining us, Chelsea. Even though you said you were camera shy,
Yeah, you did awesome.
yeah, you were fantastic. You're an excellent guest. We hope to do this in person. We'd like to crash your stash. That'd be fun as hell.
Yep.
And then, if you could wrangle Caitlin into a surprise interview without her knowledge, that could be good too.
Yeah,
I
and
can-
we
I
will
can do
probably change the name of the show to the Whiskey Cheathens moving forward.
Yeah, we'll do a special episode all on cheese.
Yep.
I will happily
Cheese
do
paired
that
with
anytime.
sauces and whiskeys.
It will be
and
very Gouda.
wieners. Oh, Budapest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I will happily do that anytime
I will breathe
after
there.
April 10th. April 10th is when I'm out of isolation. So
Okay.
All right then. Well,
Yeah, that sounds good.
thank you so much once again, Chelsea Carney. It was lovely meeting you. I'm going to add you on Instagram now, and
yeah.
we will
Do it.
communicate some more.
Let's do
Can
it.
you? You're not in the chat, are you?
Like,
can you
I
can you
don't know
type
how to
in?
use the chat.
Okay, so
I'll type it in.
yeah, let's
I'll
type
type
in
it in.
your Instagram.
What is it? At
It's just Chelsea Carnage, but it's Chelsea with a Y. Make sure it's not spelled with an A, and I'm not just being a dick. That's just what autocorrect does. So CHELSEY and then Carnage.
Boom.
there it is, folks. If you want to follow her, I know I will be.
I already do because we're already homies.
I do a lot of hiking, but I also drink a lot of liquor and eat a lot of food and have a lot of cocktails. But if you
Yep.
send me messages, I drink and I listen to a ton of music. So
Good.
I will always happily listen to your booze recommendations, your whiskey recommendations, and your hiking recommendations. So
There will be
Get
none
at
of
me.
the former, the latter.
no,
Yeah, none of
just
those.
do it.
I follow a couple hikers on my Instagram just because they're my friends.
Well, yeah, but that'd be the only reason.
Yeah. Van
That's
life.
Van life.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Ben?
Van.
Yeah. All right. Well, cheers, Chelsea. Thanks again.
Cheers, friends.
It was fun.
I love you.
Hell
Love
yeah.
you too. Thank you.
We'll do it
Thanks for
again
having
real
me.
soon. Real soon.
Well,
Hell yeah.
that was awesome.
That was super fun.
We got someone that was camera shy to join us for over an hour. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
That's good, fun conversation. That was really fun, actually.
This whole night was fun. I definitely
Yep.
like doing this. I think we should do more of this, but
We'll
on a
experiment
Friday,
with the Friday, yeah.
give it a try. We'll see how that works with the algorithm and see if we get a few more people so we can bump these numbers up.
So maybe next week we'll do a Friday.
Yeah, that's going to be part of April, and I think you're going to be on your own, but we'll teach you how to bring on some guests.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to be available, but
I'll
we'll
still
know
come
more.
on and smoke a cigar and chat. I did it with the Instagram for a long time. One year I bought a Kensington Wine Market advent calendar, and I went live every day, and everyone who had it drank it with me, and it was super fun. So I think we could still have fun, and maybe if you had time, you could even pop in from home. And,
I won't be home, but there's a possibility I could still join.
Yeah, even
Yeah.
in the comments for a couple minutes or something.
We'll see what we
See
can
your
do. We
thoughts
can,
on whatever we're drinking that particular night.
We'll figure it out. So just a quick recap of what we've been doing on this amazing April Fools. We did the combination of the new Bunnahabhain
New Bunnahabhain 12,
and the older bottling of Bunnahabhain 12.
old Bunnahabhain 12.
I personally did not notice a difference that I could really pinpoint or describe, except that the captain's saluting on one and not the other.
I preferred this one.
I preferred the Bunnahabhain Festile that you brought out there. But that's just because I fucking love that one. It was so good. And then that's all we drank today, isn't it?
Yep, we
Pretty
smoked.
straightforward.
I smoked a big bastard. Corona. I had a good experience last week. This is a relatively inexpensive cigar. And this one I very much enjoyed. I smoked it way down here, and it was the same size as this bottle. So,
And I smoked this, which came with 3 labels, a Jaime Garcia from my father, the 2019 10th anniversary edition, limited edition. It was quite lovely. And then I finished off with a Sweet Jane.
that's my finish right there. For Romeo and Juliet, it had a bit of a tight draw.
Yeah.
Still enjoyable. As you see, I smoked it down to the nub, but it was a little bit challenging.
A little bit. Well, I finished off with that Sweet Jane from Drew Estate, the Deadwood Tobacco Company, that was flavorful all the way through. I literally did make it to the last inch and a bit. It was quite nice. And
I think I heard 5 Point Dram say he was going to try My Father the Judge this weekend.
Look what you've done. Now
Yeah.
they'll be sold out everywhere. You'll never get them again.
Fuck's sake.
You keep fucking up, bud. You gotta start telling people about shitty booze.
So good, though. And Gene, if you do see the end of this video, I very much expect, as I know you will, to send me your results. Like, what do you think? Because it's the most pleasurable
Wonderful
cigar
time.
that I've had.
There you go.
I was going to say in a while, but that I've had.
That's it. Don Holland, thank you for the kind words. This was definitely fun for us. Keisha's here. If you teach me how, I can attempt to help Josh. Awesome. So there you go. I'll have someone else that can figure out the
Me and
technology
Keish will
for
go
you.
live.
Why not? Why
Cool.
not? She's not camera shy.
It's
so-
decided, Keish.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. We had Sean start off the night. We moved on to Paul Bovis.
No, Clay as
Oh,
well.
sorry, Clay. Clay
Yeah.
also joined us. It got too dark. We couldn't really see him anymore. Then Paul joined us, and then Steven joined us, and then Sean came back on, and then we had Chelsea. And this was a lot of fun. I definitely want to do more
fun.
of these.
Yeah, so much fun.
So-
And it was fun to have y'all drinking along with us because tomorrow for a lot of people is a holiday.
Yeah.
So that's why we decided to have a conversation based on what you told us. Maybe try it on a weekend.
I think we'll try that.
Yeah, I think that'll be fun.
We'll move into that. And then when things get a little bit more relaxed in the world, we can start doing more of these lives at different locations.
Yep.
And start doing some live tastings with people.
Absolutely. We'd love to taste with you sitting in the room with us as opposed to over Zoom or whatever the case is. But it is still very exciting to see people come on and talk to us for a couple hours.
Absolutely.
This is the exact same thing we'd be doing if we were in the same city right now, right? We'd be sitting around on the couch here, telling tall tales.
Pretty
smoking
much what we
stogies.
do anyway.
So this is just a fun way to bring us together. So, folks, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it was absolutely our pleasure. And we'll catch you next time, whenever that may be. And there'll be a new episode dropping on Wednesday. We don't know what time. It'll probably be earlier now. We're figuring things out.
Yeah, maybe we'll start dropping it around 9 o'clock or something.
Why not? We'll get it out there.
Cheers,
So you can
y'all.
watch on your lunch break. See you later, everybody.